32A. 32A is waived for House Bill 1375. Reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Education. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following House Bill 1375 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Randall. Madam Majority Leader Becker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders today at 7:01 p.m. House Bill 1375, House Bill 1091, Senate Bill 267, House Bill 1373, House Bill 1372, Senate Bill 296, Senate Bill 306, Senate Bill 305, Senate Bill 302, Senate Bill 304, Senate Bill 240, Senate Bill 180.
All right, seeing no objection, those bills will be made special orders. Representative Pabon. All right, seeing no objection, Representative Pabon will take the chair.
Committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority or assistant majority leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1375. I'm sorry, House Bill 1091.
Yeah, we're not doing that one.
House Bill 1375. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 10. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1091.
This is as low as it
Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1091.
House Bill 1091 by Representatives Wilson and McLaughlin concerning the creation of a credit against state income tax to promote employer-assisted housing projects in rural areas.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1091 and the Finance, Business Affairs, and Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Report. You got them all, Representative Wilson. To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, the Appropriations Report will take care of the other two. The other two were simply simple changes. The big change came in the Appropriations Committee. The challenge that we faced with 1091 was the challenge that we faced with many bills, is that the fiscal note was too large and the tax credits were not going to be able to work. So after working with Representative Young and some other folks on this, we came up with putting the cap at $250,000 on the tax credit and a $400 credit as far as those who participated in it. It made this a feasible bill, one that can work, and it's one that is going to be, we're going to explain that in just a moment, how good of a bill it really is. But this, I recommend an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report because it did what it needed to be done to get it through.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. I just wanted on the record that I agree with Representative Wilson, and it's a good bill.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank Representative Wilson and Representative McLaughlin for working on this bill and getting it to a place where we can actually push it on through the chamber. So, good work. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Finance Committee changed the definition of division in the Business Committee report, and it allows a change of taxpayer for processing tax credit. And the annual report to the department specifying credits allowed to individual taxpayers. I recommend an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Finance Committee report passes. To the Business Affairs and Labor report. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The House Business Affairs Committee report simplified some language, removed some unnecessary definitions, removes the ability to aggregate donations to meet statutory minimum, and removed the minimum donation threshold. I recommend an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Business Affairs and Labor report passes. To the bill. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this bill is pretty straightforward. It is actually an employer-employee tax credit program. It's a novel concept that the employer would actually have an employee that needed a place to live. They have a job, so it's not a situation where they were unemployed. It gives the incentive to get groups of people in the community together. And the guidelines for the income would include teachers, EMTs, DOC workers, fire and police. It's good for rural and small communities, which by definition includes about 48 or 49 of our 64 counties. I recommend an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1091? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1091. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. House Bill 1091 passes.
All right.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1375.
House Bill 1375 by Representatives Pedersen and Sias concerning measures to increase transparent equity in educating students in public schools and in connection therewith requiring school districts to distribute mill levy revenue to meet the needs of students, creating fund or provide equalizing money to institute charter schools, and requiring school districts and charter schools to post a list of statutory waivers received.
Well done, Mr. Randall. Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1375 and ask for your support. Oh, I guess I should. Great. To the bill. We heard some concern around making sure that this was actually discussed in a separate bill. We have been vetting this legislation this language for months and came up with a great compromise that really focuses on equity for our more expensive to serve kids, our historically disadvantaged kids. Also the flexibility around types of programs. So it gives the flexibility that districts need in identifying the ways that they want to spend their dollars and the qualified students that would participate in that. This is a compromise that I'm incredibly proud to bring. I want to thank all the people who have helped along the way and have stayed at the table to make sure that this is something that works for our schools and for our kids, and I ask for your support.
Representative Sias.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I could, I agree with what Representative Pedersen has said. I would ask some of my members have a question about some of the language, the spacing in the agreement. Julie Pellegrin is on her way up. If we could hold off just a few minutes to have an opportunity for them to take a look at that and talk to her, I would greatly appreciate it.
I think we can still listen to. I'll check with them. Is that okay?
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1375? Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the sponsors, I have some questions about this bill, given that it's coming here in literally the 11th hour. I'm looking at page 2 of the fiscal note that if the General Assembly chooses to appropriate funds to equalize SCI schools based on fiscal year 2016 to 2017 data regarding the override revenue, and the SCI pupil funding count at the state expenditures increases by $13.9 million. Can one of the sponsors explain to me exactly what is the trigger that would cause the General Assembly to choose to appropriate these funds? Because if we're doing this year, it seems to me that this bill should have gone to appropriations. So if I can get that question answered for me, that may help me decide exactly where I want to move with this bill.
Representative Sias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Representative Melton. It is my understanding there has no money has been appropriated to this fund this year, and I am aware of no effort to do that at this point.
Is there further discussion? Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so then I guess, okay, so if there's no money appropriated this year, looking at the fiscal note, there's not necessarily any money appropriated next year. Why are we creating a fund to begin with then if the General Assembly is not going to appropriate funds to it?
Representative Sias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the fund is created as a mechanism, so if and when the legislature decides to appropriate money to this, they can. But as Representative Melton is absolutely correct, there is no money appropriated to it this year. There is no fiscal note regarding money appropriated to it next year.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I have one other question, and this may actually be more appropriate to one of our JBC members, but I thought it was a rule that if we're creating a new fund, that fund, even if it's not being funded, still needs to go through appropriations. Can maybe one of the members of JBC answer that for me?
Representative Lepsak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll tell you the reason why I'm a no right now. Members, it was I received this bill at 7:14 p.m. I have not had an opportunity to read the bill, much less vote on it. And so what we're doing here is we're holding the school finance bill hostage until we pass this bill, and that's unacceptable. The children of Colorado need us to vote up or down on the school finance bill. Then I'll vote on 1375. What I'm telling you, members, is we're not voting on this tonight. We're going to talk all night long until we bring up the school finance bill is what we're going to do, because this is holding school finance hostage. I received this bill 5 minutes ago, and this bill is not passing tonight.
Representative Lundin. Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Lebsack, tell me more. Tell me more. You said we're going to talk all night on this, so please tell me more. We got this in education as we met very quickly. I think this is a great bill. This provides charter school funding equity for all students, all public school students. I think it's a great bill. I look forward to having this conversation all evening on equity funding for all public school students. So let's have this conversation.
Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members, again, this bill, I received this bill on my desk 5 minutes ago, literally, at 7:13. I think we need to be a little bit more deliberative and allow this body to at least read the bill before we vote on it on second reading. Well, it wasn't on my iPad till minutes ago. And so we need to pass a school finance bill first, strip out this language out of school finance bill, pass a clean school finance bill, then we can discuss House Bill 1375.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, this is the process. This is part of the problem with the process. As we get late into session, we suspend the rules, as we did, I think, with Rule 32A today. And this is the unfortunate process of how we do business on important things in this chamber, which is something that needs to change. That's a whole nother debate. But to my good friend from the great town of Thornton, you know what? Talk to the people that run the calendar.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question came up as to whether or not the bill needed to go to appropriations because the language of the bill creates a new fund. And I did check with staff on this. In fact, it does not need to go to appropriations. The only time it would need to go to appropriations is if we actually appropriated money. We wanted to put money into that fund. We would have to take it through appropriations. But because we're not doing that, in this case, we're only creating a fund, it does not need to go to the Appropriations Committee.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Young, thank you for that explanation. I guess then, and I guess this is going to go back to the bill sponsors, because I keep hearing how this is going to create funding and equalize things for our charter schools. But if we're creating a fund that has no money in it, what exactly does this bill do? What exactly are we doing? We're just creating a fund. We're just opening an account. But we're actually not funding it. We're actually not doing anything that would have any impact on charter schools based on that. So it's got to leave me this question: what exactly is the intent of this bill?
Representative Sias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Melton, I realize there's some time constraints here, but if you'll read the bill, you'll see that the creation of the CSI fund is in fact a small portion of what this bill does. What this bill does is provide for mill levy equity for all our public school children. That's what it does.
Representative Art.
Oh, that's my entree. Thank you very much, Representative Sias. Sorry you raised that so high. I move L007 and ask to be properly displayed.
L007 has been moved.
If this bill is about...
and is properly displayed, please proceed, Representative Art. Thank
you, Mr. Chair. If this bill is about equity in school funding, as a former special ed teacher, I'm just going to start my speech now. As most of you know, I've devoted my entire previous professional career to serving those less fortunate. Starting right out of college, teaching teenage mothers and helping them earn their GED, I then went to the Peace Corps and taught ESL for 2 years. After that, I went to Purdue. I got a master's in special education. I got certified in 3 areas: emotionally handicapped, mentally handicapped, and learning disabilities. I taught in the local high school and eventually earned my PhD in literacy so I could help kids learn how to read. I worked at the American School in Mozambique. I took a job with Walden University, created the first online special education master's degree program in licensure in the United States of America. I took that program from nothing to national accreditation. I have very strong concerns about a bill that claims to be equal funding across the board for every child when I'm not confident that it does serve every single child. This amendment says a charter school that receives any amount of additional mill levy revenue pursuant to this section shall ensure that the charter school admissions policy does not distinguish among applying students based on whether an applying student has a disability or because of the type or severity of that student's disability. If we want to have an equal funding bill, we're going to take every kid who walks in the door, you're going to take their name down, you're going to put them in your docket, you're going to put them in your applicant pool, you're going to put them on your roll, and you're going to put them in your whatever it is that you put them in when you decide who's coming to your school. I will not tolerate a school, and I will not fund them equally with public funding if they do not treat students equally. And furthermore, I have a couple of quotes here, and I'm going to quote from Jesus, who said in Matthew 25:40, and I'm going to say Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And I'm going to say, here's what he said. Whatever you did for the least of the brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. And now I'm going to quote from Ronald Reagan. Protecting the rights of even the least individual among us is basically the only excuse government has for even existing. Hubert Humphrey said, it was once said that the moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those in the twilight of life, the elderly, and those in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped. That's a Republican, a Democrat, and Jesus. So, what I want to say is I think we have strong support for the amendment. I urge a yes vote. It's essential. It goes back to bedrock, essential core values of our public education. It's who we are and what we believe in America. I vote on this amendment.
Representative Sias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Representative Arndt. Wonderful sentiments, and what I would say is it's already in the law. It's already in the law. Thank you very much.
Representative Lebsack.
My colleague from Fort Collins came up with a really good amendment, and I'm going to be a yes vote because we're talking about students with disabilities, and we need to include this in the bill. I'm a no on, maybe I can get to a yes on the bill if this amendment passes. I'm not sure yet, but we need to pass this amendment, and then I'll think about voting yes on 1375. But what I do know is this is a good amendment. Members were speaking to the needs of students with disabilities. We need to be equitable. We've been talking a lot about equitable funding for schools. Let's be equitable towards our children and make sure that we pass a really good amendment. I'll consider being a yes on 1375 if this amendment, Mr. Chairman, makes it to a yes vote and we approve this amendment.
Duly noted. Representative Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I'm here to collect on that vote. This is in the law. And so we're 1+ votes on this bill right now because this is in the law. And let me tell you, in my experience with school districts in a former life when I served on the State Board of Education, I actually intervened in a situation just in a kind of moderating, mediating kind of way between a district and a charter school. And this charter school was a charter that used a core knowledge curriculum and had core values as their purpose in life. They were working diligently to help these children to grow up with great principles, American principles, values that we would all hold dear. And the district was wanting special needs students to remain in the district schools when the charter wanted those students in the charter school because they could serve them well, because not only did they serve those students who had special needs, but they served all of their students by bringing them to focus on the principles and values of self-respect, caring for other individuals who are different than you are. So this is in the law and therefore unnecessary, and I'm here to tell you, I have been there in the first person when charter schools were stepping up saying, bring us those who are the least of ours, because those are the ones that we want to serve, and we can serve, and we will serve. This amendment is unnecessary.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And, well, you know, I sure like to see someone point out in the statute where it is in the law. Yep, I think we should probably see that. And besides that, I think that I've seen a number of other bills come through here that codify language in multiple sections of the statute, and no one bats an eye about it. And so if it is in the law already, then I think that maybe we should double up our efforts, since we do have this new bill, 1375, and it shouldn't be objectionable to anybody. Because if it's already in the law and we're just doubling up efforts, then there's no need to object to this because it's already in the law. And I think that this is a really smart amendment because it does help the least amongst us. And now we can double up our efforts to make sure that the least amongst us are doubly protected. So thank you very much for coming up here and saying it's already in the law, because that just gives us further emphasis and a further direction and a mandate to say, all right then, let's double up our efforts and let's make sure that in this particular bill, it is abundantly clear how the law is to be read. I ask for a yes vote on L007.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, I got the majority leader crowding me out here. Thank you to my good friends from Adams County and Larimer County. I do appreciate the discussion, and you know, I appreciate the belt and suspenders approach. I do, because the 40 pounds I put on this session, I need to wear both a belt and suspenders. But if you really look at what this bill does on charter school funding equity, it's great. So not only do we not need this because it's already in law, this amendment, but with the 95% match at least, then here's an opportunity with equal funding where charter schools can serve the need of this needy population. So I think this is a great bill that serves your needs without this amendment, and I highly urge a yes vote.
Representative Art.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to tell you that equal is not fair. If every single kid who went to the doctor, one kid walked in and said, I have a headache. One kid walked in and said, oh, you have leukemia. One kid walked in and said, I have a cold, and the doctor gave him all a Tylenol. That's fair, right? No, that's equal. That's not fair. When a kid with special needs walks into my classroom and a kid who's gifted walks into my classroom, I don't say, you're all going to do this. You know what? That's equal, but that's not fair. What this amendment says is you don't get equal funding, you get fair funding. You come with what you've got, and we will treat you fairly, and that is not always equally. And I don't think this is in the law, and I don't think this is in 1375. And if it is, then this shouldn't bother anybody, because this says every single charter school, just like every single public school, will take any kid who walks in the door and wants an education. And that is what public money's for, and that's what public education's for.
Representative Rosenthal.
Yeah, I just and I appreciate the enthusiasm here by by the terminology in this amendment, but and help me if I'm right or wrong about this, but my reading of this amendment says, if you are a charter school, charter means agreement. Charter means we're granting you, a school district grants you, or CSI grants you, a school, the ability to do certain, to follow a certain model for your school. If that model does not include either any special ed programming or limited special ed programming, what this amendment then does is says, oh, that's too bad. We're going to override your charter and force you to take students that you're not set up to take. If that is the case, the state of Colorado in this amendment is now negating all these charters around the state and potentially attacking charter schools and saying, oh, that's okay, we're going to now increase, we're going to ruin your budget. We're going to require you to take all sorts of students you're not prepared for, hire new teachers. You don't even have the classrooms. You don't have the facilities. So we're actually doing a disservice. Members, we are doing a disservice to those students with special needs with this amendment because these schools are not prepared for these students. That is a disservice to these special education students. Is a disservice to charter schools. We must vote no on this amendment.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you know, it's interesting, this whole discussion, because I've not heard one word from my own district because we already do all of this. Our charter schools, and we have some great charter schools in Denver Public Schools and in my own district, and they already take any kid that they are assigned. They don't get to choose who their students are. They are assigned those through parent choice. And as it turns out, about 10% of those students that they are assigned are special ed kids. Even though that's not their model, they still find a way to serve those kids. And if Denver charter schools can do it, then the rest of the state should follow that model. That's why I support this amendment. That's why this is the equitable thing to do for our special education kids, and that's why I support this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, here's the thing. Last 3 days of session, we talk about this stuff, we bring stuff. I'm going to withdraw L007 and ask that L008 be displayed. I move L008.
L007 has been withdrawn. The Representative Arndt moves L008. It is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Arndt.
Thank you. This amendment says exactly what the other one does in a way that's more palatable to some people. I don't see much of a difference, so I'm accepting it. It says a charter school that receives any amount of additional mill levy revenue pursuant to this section shall ensure that the charter school admissions policy is in compliance with 22-30.5-1043. All right, so what is that? That says a charter school shall be subject to all federal and state laws and constitutional provisions prohibiting discrimination on the basis of disability, race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, national origin, religion, ancestry, or the need for special education services. I'm down with that. I actually like it better because it adds in a whole bunch of other protections for the enrollment policy. I withdraw one L007 and urge an aye vote on L008. And I thank you for the collaboration.
Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this is a great amendment, and I ask for your support.
All right. Is there any further discussion on L008? Representative Lepsak.
I'm not sure exactly what L008 does because I'm just looking at it for the first time. So a charter school that receives any amount of additional mill levy revenue pursuant to this section shall ensure that the charter school admissions policy is in compliance with section 2230.5-104 paren 3.
Read.
Representative Ard, I guess I'm going to have to take your word for it. I'm just seeing this. Where's my colleague from Fort Collins? I'm not sure if this is in the spirit of your First Amendment or not, but maybe we can get some more discussion on this on the floor.
Representative Lundin.
So I don't have the trepidations about this amendment. I'm confident that it does exactly what the previously offered amendment. This is a substitute to that previous amendment. And so I'm here to collect a vote in favor of this bill because it is in the law. It is in our character, which quite frankly is more important than being in the law. And so I am grateful to have collected one more vote in support of equitable funding for all of the students of Colorado. And I will be grateful when that vote tally is taken.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And what I specifically heard my colleague from Thornton say is that it gets him closer and that he might vote for House Bill 1375. So that was aspirational. It wasn't a commitment. Two different things, aspirational and commitment. And I hope that you go back and take a look at the video to understand his aspirational statement instead of a commitment. Because there's so much more that needs to be done with this very rushed bill. And one of the things that needs to be done is what's going on with the funding, whether it's prospective or not. I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. So, I think this language right here, based off of my judgment, is pretty close to what Representative Arndt wanted. And we did see the statutory citation to non-discrimination. So I am not adverse to this particular amendment, but that doesn't get me a yes vote on House Bill 1375, considering my paper's still hot from it being printed out just moments ago. But I do ask for a yes vote on L008.
Any further discussion on L008? Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I can sometimes blend in this crowd here. Members, I do rise and support L008 just to alleviate my colleague's concern from Adams County about this substitute amendment from the previous amendment. This does expand things. This does offer more protections to more classes of people. And for that, members, I am happy about that. This makes, in my opinion, a bad bill better. But it doesn't necessarily get me to a yes vote in terms of the bill itself. Because if we're talking about a bill that has real impacts, equitably and fairly, then we have to really ask ourselves, why are we bringing this bill forward when we haven't been trusting, or basically, in my opinion, saying we don't trust the school districts to do their job, their fiduciary duty. So I'm sure we're going to continue to debate that this evening, but again, I wanted to make sure that my colleague understood what that amendment did, and I asked for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L008. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. L008 passes. To the bill. Representative Lebsack.
Members, I'm literally just getting an opportunity now to read this bill because, as I stated before, it reached my desk at 7:14 p.m. this evening. It wasn't on my iPad until late this afternoon because it was a late bill. And so looking over on page 3, which actually starts the meat of the bill, page 1 is the title. Page 2 is the bill summary. and page 3 starts the meat of the bill. And page 3 on line 5 speaks to the General Assembly. Specifically, the bill says that the General Assembly recognizes that Section 15 of Article 4 of the state constitution grants each school district board of education control, and that's a good thing. Because members, I'm the chair of local government committee and I care about local control. And that's the reason why I'm opposed to hanging ornaments on bills. We've done that every single year. Since I've been down here, at least one organization has tried to hang an ornament on the school finance bill. 1375 is actually the language, is actually the very ornament that's hanging on the school finance bill right now. This is the ornament hanging on the tree, 1375. And so what we need to do is vote on a clean school finance bill. We can debate Senate Bill 61 in committee and on the floor if it passes. We can debate House Bill 1375 after we pass a clean bill funding our schools and funding education. And so getting back to local control. This is a local control state. We believe in local control. We believe in seniors as well. Good job with that. I believe in that as well. But on this bill, we're not talking about seniors, members. In all sincerity and seriousness, we're talking about education of our kids. And so back on page 3, where it talks about the General Assembly recognizes that Section 15 of Article 4 of the state constitution grants each school district board of education control of instruction in the schools of the school district. That's a good start. That's a good start to the bill. It allows for local control. But then we move on further down on page 3. The power of local control of instruction applies to all of the schools of the school district, and therefore imposes on the school district board of education the responsibility to ensure the equitable treatment of all of the students enrolled in all of the schools of the school district. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about that. Maybe the bill sponsor can talk a little bit about that, because we need to dive into that a little bit more. The power of local control of instruction applies to all of the schools of the school district, and therefore imposes on the school district board of education the responsibility to ensure the equitable treatment of all the students enrolled in all the schools of the school district. And then line 14 goes on to talk a little bit more about the General Assembly. Remember, there's a lot of lines in here talking about the General Assembly. I believe that these school district decisions should be happening at the school board level, not at the General Assembly. Local control is not dead in Colorado. And I'm going to advocate for, as long as I'm here, allowing school boards and school districts and parents of those children to determine their fate. And so it continues down on page 3. And so I'm hoping that we can talk about this bill until we lay it over and bring up the school finance bill, but we'll continue talking. Then we move down to line 23, and we're talking about the General Assembly once again. There's a lot of words about the General Assembly, folks. We need to be talking about how we're giving more power to school districts and less power to the state. You know what I hear constantly? Unfunded mandates. The state of Colorado implementing unfunded mandates to our school districts. And so I want to make sure that this bill does not do that. Line 23 speaks to the General Assembly, finds, therefore, that each school district board of education has the duty to ensure that the school district uses and allocates its resources in a manner that results in equitable treatment of all students. Isn't that what a school board does every day? Why do we have to place that in state statute? The General Assembly finds, therefore, that each school district board of education has the duty. So we're going to tell the school district boards in each one of our districts what their duty is with this legislation. Each school board of education has the duty to ensure that the school district uses and allocates its resources in a manner that results in the equitable treatment of all students enrolled in the school district according to their individual needs, regardless of the type of the school district in which each student is enrolled. Members, we're dictating to school boards what they shall do. Since when is that a good idea of the legislature to do that? I mean, some of the words on the page sound nice when you read them and you read them out loud. But ultimately what we're doing is we're telling local school boards how to govern. So my question to the General Assembly is, do we as members of the General Assembly believe that we know best and we can draft a bill and tell educators how to educate their children? Or are we going to allow local school boards to determine that? Again, we could be voting on a clean school finance bill right now instead of this. Additional mill levy revenue on page 4, line 6. Additional mill levy revenue means the amount of property tax revenue that a school district collects from mills that are authorized by voters before, on, or after the effective date of this section. And again, members, I just started reading this evening. And that a school district levies, in addition to the school district's total program mill levy established in section 2254-106, not including mills that a school district may levy for purposes of incurring or repaying bonded indebtedness, or for paying amounts due pursuant to installment sales agreements or lease purchase agreements entered into as of the effective date of the section for which the additional mill levy revenue was contractually committed as of the effective date of this section. And so, members, that's a start. We read about a page. We've got a number of pages left to go, but I believe my colleague from Aurora might need to say something.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Lipscomb from Adams County. Yeah, as I keep looking at this bill and I keep kind of going over what all this is doing, so much of it looks like it's really kind of forcing the state to follow the lead of Denver, of DPS. And you can have one opinion about DPS or a different opinion about DPS, but where I come from, DPS solutions do not work in Aurora. They do not work for APS, and they do not work for Cherry Creek Schools. And I've heard from my superintendents from those districts. I've heard from concerns from those districts. I've heard from my constituents in those districts. And those districts are concerned that we're taking away local control from those school boards to be able to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all the students in those districts, regardless of if they're at a traditional school or if they're at a charter school. When we pass mill levies, we don't pass mill levies in such a vacuum with such a way of thinking that it has to spell out and has to direct each and every action of the school board. If that were the case, why would we have it? Why do we need school boards if that's what we're going to continue to do, which is what this bill is doing? I'm actually glad to see this bill come up, though, because it puts this issue in its own bucket instead of attaching it to the school finance bill and holding that bill hostage. I'm just sad to see that this bill didn't come up after school finance bill, so that way we could deal with funding all of our schools, making sure that all of our students are prepared and have the resources they need for this next year. Instead, we're sitting up here talking about a bill that got introduced about a couple hours ago that is doing exactly what was thrown in to 296. And we're sitting here hoping to be able to deal with 296 on its own in its own merit. That bill got introduced, it got heard before this bill. So why are we playing this game? Why are we sitting here looking at each other and waiting to see what happens with this school mill levy, which not everyone is on board with? I keep hearing that this is a compromise, that this organization compromised and everybody's okay. But what about the actual districts? What about the districts that have to enact this? Like my district, Aurora, my 2 districts in Aurora. Why is it that we're sitting here debating this before we deal with all of the school finance bill and making sure that the students of this state are taken care of? That should be our first priority, is getting that bill done first, and then coming back and talking about this mill levy override. So members, let's consider this. Let's talk about this, but then let's actually do the right thing and fund schools appropriately instead of tacking things on like a Christmas tree. I ask for a no vote right now on this bill.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we're hearing a lot about local control in districts. Let's talk about local control where it matters the most. Those families sitting down at a kitchen table, making the proper educational decision for their children. If a family thinks that it is best suited for their children to send them to a public charter school, their children should not be valued less than any other child. When my wife and I sit down and make educational decisions, we send our kids to a charter school. And just because they go to a public charter school does not mean that they are worth any less than any other child. And so that's what this bill does. This bill gives local control where it matters most, to the families, so they can make appropriate educational decisions for their children. That's where local control is most effective. I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1375? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep my remarks as brief as I can. I will ditto everything that the minority leader had went ahead and spoken to us just a moment ago, and I will also certainly rise in support with my fellow representatives Sias and Patterson on this. I do like the bill, but I do want to echo what Representative Lebsack has stated here. I feel the frustration. We did get this bill at 7:15. Here we are, 5 till 8, and we have not had a robust debate on this. And while I may support the bill, I do feel that the process has been somewhat shortchanged, and I would certainly echo everything that Representative Lebsack has said to not only having that robust debate, but maybe even discussing the School Finance Act prior to this. I don't think that's too much to ask for. I do think that this bill has been rushed. It is a little bit hasty. But in any event, I do support it. But I do feel that we have not had that kind of broad discussion. I would certainly welcome Representative Lebsack to come back down here and have that robust debate. I'd love to hear more about what he has to say, as well as Representative Salazar or Melton as well. So with that, folks, I'll yield my time.
Seeing no further discussion on, Representative Salazar.
Thank you. Maybe I shouldn't stand so close to the desk because all you saw was the top of my head, apparently, Mr. Chair.
A beautiful, shiny head it was, Representative Salazar.
What do you say? Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And this bill has been rushed through. I sat in all of the maybe 33 minutes that it took to get through House Education from start to finish, which is not a way to operate in the General Assembly, but I get that we're in the last 3 days. But one of the concerns that I do have regarding this bill is how it claws back. It claws back to mill levies that have been passed in the past. And that's not what voters signed up for. Voters voted on mill levies based off of the status of the law as it existed at the time the mill levy was passed. That is their knowledge. And so with this bill, now voters are being told that there's a clawback. And that's not what they voted for. They had no idea that this was coming, just like many of us had no idea that this was coming. It is true. I mean, over the past 4 months, we just got this language over the weekend. And if we only got this language over the weekend, did the voters know anything about it back in November when Adams 12 voted for their mill levy? And you know who also doesn't like this? Besides Adams 12, my charter schools in my district. They don't like this. They don't like this political football and theater that has taken place here in the General Assembly. They find it to be unfortunate because our charter schools and our school district work really well with each other. And they have come to agreements on how mill levy and other kinds of funding are going to be allocated. But now we have the General Assembly coming up and saying, you know what? We're going to change everything around for you. And not only that, but we're going to go back into the past, to the past when voters had no idea what was going to happen in the future at the General Assembly on May 8th of 2017. And because I'm concerned about that, I move L001 and ask that it be displayed.
L001 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. What this amendment says is that mill levy override will happen in the future. It doesn't go back to 2016 when voters had no idea that the General Assembly would be messing with things. This one here respects the will of the voters in 2016, and now, moving forward, now the voters should know what's going to happen with mill levy funding in the future. That way they can weigh it as carefully and diligently as the public weighs things. Now charter schools and districts can weigh their mill levies based off of this bill moving forward into the future. To ask them to have to reach back on the mills that were passed back in November of 2016 is not only unfair, but I think that it is unfortunate, and our school districts deserve better than that. So this amendment here is an issue of fairness, not only for charter schools and for school districts, but it's also an issue of fairness for the voters. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Lepsak.
We are on page 4, and that's right where I left off, actually. Representative Salazar, your amendment actually speaks to exactly where I left off. So, line 6, and my colleague from Thornton, I've got a question for you on this amendment. So on page 6, excuse me, page 4, and we're on the amendment. On page 4, line 8, and so actually line 6, it speaks to additional mill levy revenue, means the amount of property tax revenue that a school district collects from mills that are authorized by voters before, on, or after. That's the current language. The current language on line 8 is before, on, or after the effective date of this section. And I believe what you're doing with this amendment, it appears to be just you're striking before and just stating on. And so what's the significance of that?
Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the significance of it is that any mill levies that were passed in 2016 will not be affected. This is about moving forward. So that way, school districts that passed their mill levies in 2016, the voters who voted on those mill levies, and even the charter schools that rely on those mill levies understand that whatever happened in 2016 is not going to be affected. Instead, this is now moving forward. It's an issue of fairness to not only the school districts and charter schools, but it's an absolute issue of fairness for the voters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is really taking your existing resources when you've approved a charter school in your district or other schools. What I love about this bill that we worked on, that is a compromise where stakeholders came together from every different side of this thing to work on a solution that is going to give the flexibility to districts and support our most at-risk kids. And so this doesn't just talk about charter schools. This is about all schools. And we specifically call out all of the public schools that this is focusing on. So to say that this is about charter schools is just absolutely not the case. This is truly about equity. And as we know, equal is not equitable. And that's why I've been working for months on this compromise. And so this is not just about charter schools. This is about all of our schools, all of our kids, all the mill levies that they get, all of the money that we are fighting for to support our districts currently in the School Finance Act as well. This is about kids.
Seeing no further discussion on L001, Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, members, I rise in support of this amendment. I agree that, you know, if we're going to talk about being transparent, which is what this bill is supposed to be doing, we should be transparent with funds that people haven't already voted in. that people aren't already expecting to go to their local traditional neighborhood school or however the district has been allocating things. By moving this to all future mill levies, then voters have an understanding walking through the door, walking when they vote on a mill levy, knowing exactly where their funds are going to go. That may actually cause a mill levy to pass even quicker if they know that it's going to go to a charter school. So I think that this is a great amendment and that it provides plenty of transparency and it provides great expectations. Because that's the problem, I think, right now with this bill. One of the problems with this bill, I should say, is that people had an expectation based on whether their mill levy was going before. We're coming in and changing all of that up. And now they're like, well, wait a minute, I never had a say in this. My school district didn't have a say in this. My superintendent didn't have a say in this. My school board member didn't have a say in this. Only my legislature came in and decided what was going to happen for the entire state. So I think if we're going to move forward with this, that it should be moving forward with all future mill levies. With that, members, I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this is a truly sad moment in the history of our legislature because this amendment harkens back before Brown versus the board. This amendment basically tries to enshrine separate and unequal. Separate and unequal treatment under the law is appalling because members, when a local school board puts forth, when there is on the ballot a measure for a mill levy override and it says, do you want to approve money for schools? It does not say most, and there's been a record on this, almost none of them, and I challenge actually my fellow members to find one, none of them say, oh, is this only for traditional schools? Is this only for charter schools? Is this for both traditional and charter schools? No. This just says public schools. Charter schools are public schools, traditional schools are public schools. So if a school board on its own overrides the will of the voters and enshrines discrimination against Latino kids, African American kids, kids who are on free and reduced lunches, kids who are English language learners, immigrants to our country, are not getting the money they need to have quality schools. We are discriminating. This amendment discriminates against Latino kids. This amendment discriminates against African American kids. This amendment discriminates along the lines of before Brown versus the board, stemming from our Jim Crow laws. So we must strike down this amendment to make sure that we support this bill, to make sure that money follows the child, to have equal money for each child who needs a certain service. So I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And wow, that was interesting. It was interesting, and I think it demonstrates a lack of understanding about constitutional law, particularly when it comes to Brown versus Board of Education and its progeny. And it also overlooks very sincerely what I said a little bit ago, which no one has come up here to counter. And that is, our voters in 2016 voted for mill levies based off of the law at the time. They had no idea this was coming. It might have changed things for the voters, and maybe it wouldn't have. But I do know this. I know my school district doesn't like this particular language in this bill. And you know who else doesn't? My charter schools. And they didn't sit here with any sort of righteousness and talk about Brown versus Board of Education, about discrimination, about any of that. What they said is, why are you messing with things? I'm sure that the conversation for mill levies in 2016 would have been much different if this language was in effect. But it's not. So now we're jumping the voters. This is guerrilla warfare 2.0 on the voters, saying we want you to vote a certain way and then we're going to jump you in the future. That's what this is. And that's a shame because we should respect our voters better than that. This amendment respects the will of the voters based off of the law as it stood in 2016. And it says moving forward, then the change can be done. Moving forward, the change can be done. But we're going to leave well enough alone for 2016. So I appreciate the passion that my colleague had in arguing against this bill, but I think just in legal terms, it was obtuse and unfortunate. I stand in strong support of L001.
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment for a couple of reasons. One, if school districts brought mill levies and are already making decisions how that money is spent, to then come back to them and say, for the rest of this mill levy, you are going to have to develop a plan or share it with all schools. And right now, under current law, school districts can do that if they want to. But a lot of school districts the school districts in my district have decided not to do that. So if we impose this requirement on existing mill levies, then I think we really are there to subvert the school districts by doing that. I think at least this amendment puts it in a situation where it goes forward with new mill levies so people can plan on that. I also want to talk to representative from, I think, Park Hills, reference to Brown versus Board of Discrimination, and that this amendment is discrimination. He mentioned lots of students, but particularly Latino students. You know, I think that's a stretch by anybody's understanding of Brown versus Board of Education. If this amendment is a violation of Brown versus Board of Education and the separate but equal doctrine, then many laws are. Our existing law that says it's up to districts to decide to share the mill levy or not. That would be just as unconstitutional, and I have not seen my good colleague to come forward and say that is unconstitutional. So I think maybe it would require a new reading of that. And Brown versus Board of Education in 1954 did not set the standard. As many of you know, it was in 1973 in Denver that they brought Keys versus DPS, and that case went on for over 40 years. So if that happens, then it's clear that the law is not settled on what is discrimination in our schools or not. But what is important is that our system of education in Colorado is based on 110 unique school districts. And we pride ourselves in Colorado on local control. Yet this bill, and this would take us 10 steps backward. It would say that school districts, we can tell you what to do, we can tell you how to use your money, and how to share it. Another one of the colleagues, the sponsor of the bill, said there's no difference here between charter schools and other schools, that this isn't about charter schools, but Colleagues, please don't be fooled. There is a difference because the law currently says that districts go out for mill levy increases, not charter schools. And school districts get to decide how to share that money, not charter schools. So what this bill will do, it will change that completely. It will tell school districts, sure, you can go out for a mill levy, but we're going to tell you how to share that mill levy. And that's wrong. Local control and our independentness in this state particularly. You know, we have home rule cities, we have independent school districts, and we should not take this step backward. So I support the amendment but oppose the bill. Thank you, members.
Is there any further discussion on L001? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L001. All those in favor say aye. The division has been called. Representative Pedersen, did you want to speak to L001?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is about mill levies moving forward, which actually defeats the whole piece of the importance of this bill because it's looking at all of our schools, all of our public schools, the plan and priorities for all of our kids. And so I ask for a no vote.
Okay, a division has been called on L001. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Okay. All those in favor of L001, please stand and remain standing in one place until the vote is taken. All those opposed, you may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. More than 33 have arisen. L001 fails. To the bill. Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members. I'm sorry to see that pass or fail, because it would have been nice to have made sure that everything was prospective. Do it. Even Madam Majority Leader came up here and she's got her hand up.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over this bill, one bill.
House Bill 1375 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 296.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 296.
Senate Bill 296 by Senator Hill, also Representative Pedersen, concerning financing public schools.
Representative Pedersen. Representative Pedersen. $296, Representative Pedersen. School Finance
Thank
Act.
you, Mr. Chair. I don't have my glasses on. I move Senate Bill 296 and the Education Committee report
And the
and the
Appropriations.
Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Pedersen.
It creates a grant program that is important in supporting technical assistance for, God, now I'm trying to go back into the details. Sorry, we're caught off guard here. We're working on an amendment right now, so we have a $500,000 grant program that we actually had to pass through appropriations, and I ask for your support. And continuing to hold the negative factor study.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Education Committee report, Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did a lot of work in the committee that reflects really a year and a half of work on this bill in finding a compromise that prioritizes funding for our kids in an equitable way and gives it back to the districts to create their plan. We are actually working on an amendment to pull that out because we have a separate bill that is actually addressing that. But outside of that, we are holding the negative factor flat. We can be very proud that we were able to come to a solution that actually is not going to create a significant gap in funding for our schools. When we started the session, we were not in a good place in terms of funding, and so very proud of the work that our committee did, that the JBC did, to hold the negative factor flat. We also have increased savings in the state ed fund to ensure that next year when we're looking at some of the same gaps, because we had a one-time funding moving over from the Gallagher fix. And so we have money saved up to address this need next year, but it's definitely not enough to address our need long term. And so while we're able to close that gap this year, we still have a lot of work to do. Oh.
Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L066 and ask that it be displayed.
L006 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, L066.
Where is Buckner?
So what this does is it is stripping the pieces that we're actually discussing in another bill. It was important to some members that we do this first before having a debate on the substance of the other bill. So we are addressing that and pulling that out of the School Finance Act, and I ask for your support.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And yeah, that was supposed to be an amendment that I ran, but because it's being offered, I'm fine with it. Yeah, I'm fine with it. And I ask for a yes vote on L066.
Is there any further discussion on L066? Seeing Representative Everett. Hi, Brett.
Sorry. Just waiting to go on to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, this is very curious after sitting through education twice today, is stakeholder meetings and everything for the last year, and now we're messing with a bill that seemed perfectly fine, that had next to unanimous support, only 2 no votes in committee. This is very curious to me of why we're messing with the good part of this bill. I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members, this is what some of the members of this body was asking for all along, is a clean school finance bill. This amendment, I'm going to be a yes on it because it gives us a clean school finance bill, and then immediately after we pass school finance, which we should be focusing on, then we'll go back to 1375 and have an honest discussion. And I'm suspecting 1375 is going to pass. But the first thing we need to do, instead of organizations coming to the legislature and hanging ornaments on the school finance bill every single year since I've been down here, it's not going to happen this year. We're going to pass a clean school finance bill with this amendment, and then we can go back to 1375 and, heck, Senate Bill 61 and discuss that too if you want to. But first, we're going to pass a clean school finance bill. Then we can discuss 1375. Then we can discuss Senate Bill 61, whatever you want to discuss. But it's imperative that we pass a clean school finance bill to finance education and finance our children. I'm a yes on this amendment. Then after we pass school finance, we can pass the other bills.
Representative Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, this chamber is a chamber of words where we put ideas together. It's also a chamber of trust where we have to rely on our word being something that is provable for someone else. On March 14th, 3 days before St. Patty's Day, a clean bill dealing with the issue that this amendment comes back to, came over to this body. It said, you know what, as a matter of principle, all of the students of Colorado should be treated with equitable finance, equitable funding. And since that day, words, ideas, and trust have been built, and they've been built up around this idea. Now, the resolution to those words and ideas and trust were the agreement that this language that is being sought to be stripped out of the School Finance Act right now were agreed upon as an elemental part of the School Finance Act. My grandfather and my father and my grandmothers and my mother raised me to know that my word is my bond. If I burn up my credibility, if my words stop to mean what I say they mean, I'm left with very, very little, because I'm not especially tall, I'm not particularly bright, and I'm certainly not good looking. Oh, I've got a fan club down here. The reality is, this was put together in a tortured way, but every legislator in this room has been involved in the work on a piece of legislation that became tortured at some point. But when you strike a deal, when you come to conclusion, when you say, yep, that's the way we're going to do it, you got to stay with that. This amendment violates that principle. I urge your objection and opposition to this amendment, not only because of the content, the underlying elements of this, but because it violates a fundamental trust that we all call upon each other, that we deliver to each other, that we need to put ourselves in someone else's hands and know that we are secure and safe in that place. I urge your opposition to this amendment.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, we're looking at Senate Bill 296 here. This is the School Finance Act. We see this bill every year, obviously not the same words, but it's all not, the same, but it's a similar concept. So what we're looking at is the bill that particularly critics of a previous bill wanted. So this is going to be, with this amendment, it's going to be a clean bill. This is going to be a bill that hopefully we'll all be behind because this funds schools throughout the whole state. With this amendment, it is, quote, clean. It is something that should not be controversial, should not cause heartburn for any members. And remember, this is not just about school districts and not just about schools, it's about kids. At the end of the day, this bill is about educating kids. So let's vote yes on this amendment. So, although I would have preferred to keep the language in, however, I get it. Sometimes during the course of the legislative process, it becomes important for us to juggle various bills and see which ones we're going to have language in, which ones we're not going to. And so we're like, okay, well, let's change up the bill so that we withdraw the language from here and make sure that it's in another bill, and we'll argue that language separately, which I believe we've done adequately up to now, and I believe we're ready to vote on the other bill. Ready to go. And so let's just make sure that we focus on this bill, that we focus on educating our students. Let's all support this bill for every student in the whole state of Colorado to make sure that they're ready to compete with students around the United States and around the world. So I rise in support of this amendment, and I rise in support of the bill.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just found it very curious that I heard that there's special interest Christmas tree in this bill providing ornaments. What this bill actually does with this amendment that they're trying to strip out is this gives equity funding to charter school students, which are kids, which are students in public schools. They're not ornaments. They're important. They shouldn't be treated as second-class citizens. I take offense to call them ornaments. I take absolutely offense. That's not how we treat our children, and we want to make sure they get a quality education. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L066? Representative Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, we have worked on this for a very long time. And folks coming in saying they haven't had a chance to look at it. We've definitely had a lot of time this evening to look at this. I've got 5 teachers in my family. Thanks for that. That's great. I've got my grandma, my mom, my aunt, my mother-in-law, and my wife, all teachers. My grandma taught public school Latin for her entire career. Latin. Yeah. And, my wife is getting her PhD right now to be a teacher. So education it is a core value of mine. It is something that in my district is a core value. I've got 5 different school districts in my district. I've got Sheridan, Englewood, Cherry Hills, Sheridan, Englewood, Littleton, Cherry Creek, and Denver, all in the district. So it is a wide variety of districts that I have in my district. And it is this is a critical issue for folks across Colorado. And so as we consider what it is that we're going to do, with this, I hope that we really take the time to dig in and figure out what it is exactly that the consequence of this is going to be for people in each one of your districts. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on L066, Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Bridges talked about earlier about how his mom was a Latin teacher. Well, one of the Latin phrases that we had learned about in school was sine qua non, and that means without which not. And so, members, the importance of this bill, minus, unfortunately, we're taking out this language with this amendment, which I support only because we have it in another bill, which I hope that we will also adopt. Sure. But without which not. Without this bill, we cannot educate our students. And in my view, without the other bill, and I don't want to be gavelled here, but I am supportive, as I said, the other bill, 1375, but only because this language that is taken out with this amendment is now in that bill. Please don't gavel me. and again, I'm only supportive of this. Hopefully my fellow members will support that bill, because we're taking it out here and putting it elsewhere. So without which not, sine qua non. We need to make sure that we do treat all of our students equally. Whether you're a traditional public school or a charter public school, because traditional schools and charter schools are both public schools. Those students should have the same ability to pursue a bright future in our state. So let's make sure that we treat them equally. Now, unfortunately, what this bill does is it does still reinforce the current law, which allows for treatment that is unequal and unfair, and as I mentioned earlier, also discriminatory, because the current law is discriminatory by its nature, allowing local school districts to say, well, we're going to punish you, charter schools. By the way, as a teacher myself, I find it appalling to say that we are going to punish. I thought in schools we don't punish anymore. And so even though this amendment takes out the section that would have equality for charter schools, which I support, I'm still going to support this bill with the hope and prayer that this body will do the right thing and adopt 1375 as a companion to this bill, so we can get rid of the discrimination of how we treat our charter schools. And as, again, it's not the charter schools here we're talking about, it's students, it's kids who go to these schools. So let's make sure, members, that we keep that in mind after we pass this amendment, after we pass the school finance bill, after we pass, hopefully, 1375, which is a companion legislation. So, members, my hope is that we will pass this Senate Bill 296 clean, as so many members have requested. So we will have the votes to pass this today. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the time and the patience of the members. I appreciate the time and the patience of the chair. Thank you.
Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I offer and move L056, a substitute amendment to this amendment, and ask that it be displayed in sharp, clear, I wish it were color focused.
L056 has been moved and is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've been talking about treating all the students of Colorado equally. In charter schools today in Colorado, there's about 115,000 students. About 115,000 of our 900,000 students are served by charter schools. And a subset of those public charter schools are the students who are served by institute charter schools, or what's called CSI, Charter School Institute schools, students. There are about 16,000 students served in that subset of public charter schools. What this amendment does, within the language of the bill that we've been debating, as affected by this amendment, it would say, in addition to the fund that is created, so that we don't leave those CSI, those Charter School Institute students behind when mill levies are equalized among the other charter schools, the General Assembly, who's kind of the board of directors, if you will, of that particular school district, which is known as Institute Charter Schools, will provide additional funds. So the language to create the fund to provide for those students so they don't get left behind is created in the bill. What this amendment would do is it says, let's go ahead and step up to the plate and, to a small degree, fund those students today. Now, over in the Senate, they had the good sense to fund those students at approximately the same level that the other students would have been served at, which was about $900 per student. This amendment is a small ask. It's 10% of that. It's only $90 per student, where we're saying, let's take care of all the students more equally, but with even this amendment, it's not completely equally. So this amendment is about money, a partial portion of money. It's about treating students equitably. And it's about acknowledging that those 16,000 students who are served in institute charter schools are just as precious in our hearts and minds and wallet as are the other students that we are seeking to serve equally with either 1375 or, as I would prefer it be, the deal that was struck, the agreements that were reached, that portion of this bill, which is the school finance bill. So that's the heart, the meat, the bones, if you will, of this particular substitute amendment. I'm more than happy to answer questions about that, and I suspect questions may be forthcoming. I see a question coming down the aisle at me.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I don't believe L056 is germane to the prior amendment. I ask for a ruling.
Committee will be in a brief recess to discuss the germaneness of this substitute amendment. Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to withdraw my substitute amendment.
Thank you, Representative Lundin. Back to L066. Is there further discussion on L066? Representative Salazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, back to the underlying amendment, Mr. Chair. I think that because we already have a bill that addresses what is in the school finance bill, we already have a bill that addresses it. That is why this language is no longer appropriate in the school finance bill, and that's why you see in L066 reflective of pulling that language out. As was indicated, we do want to have a clean bill here that gets on over to, or gets out of this chamber nice and clean, and I think that that's the best thing to do for an education finance bill. And I ask for a yes vote on L066. I think it's the right direction to go. And furthermore, I think that this might actually get the Senate pretty happy too, because we're basically passing a bill that the Senate passed out pretty cleanly, which was the ultimate goal for this body here, not to make too many waves with our brethren and sisterin on the other side of the Capitol. And it's something that we won't have to worry about in committee all that much, and this is a good direction to go. But, you know, more importantly is that removing this from the School Finance Act, now the voters know. The voters know exactly what is going on with their money. Instead of trying to guess by having this language in there, instead of trying to guess what's supposed to happen, well, now the voters are assured that their votes in 2016 are preserved and that there's no messing around with the School Finance Act by adding unnecessary language that is covered by another bill. And I really appreciate the bill sponsor. I was just told to fill up. And I just really appreciate what's going on with the bill sponsor and the fact that the bill sponsor works so well with us on this. And and so I really appreciate the bill sponsor working with us on this. I think that we need to give her kudos for that. Because now we can all get to a better point with this bill. And that's how we're supposed to do things down here in the chamber. So I ask for a yes vote on L066.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 296, one bill.
Senate Bill 296 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for House Bill 13. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1373.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1373.
House Bill 1373 by Representatives Hansen and Bridges concerning general fund transfers to 2 Colorado Energy Office cash funds.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Do we need to consider the Appropriations Committee report here?
There
is none. Thank you.
Is no committee report.
Thank you very much. I move House Bill 1373.
No candy, cheeseburger.
To the bill, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill, very straightforward, easy to understand. We are going to be asking for your support to fund the Colorado Energy Office at the level of $3.1 million, funding their critical programs, particularly around energy efficiency, and making sure that we get about $1.8 million in matching funds from the federal government. I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Becker J.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I would rise in opposition of 1373. What? There is a bill already out there, Senate Bill 301, that's had a lot of work, a lot of working with the stakeholders, making sure they're talking with the governor's office as well, that funds this office. If we pass this bill will just go over to die and may harm the negotiations on 301 as well. If you want the Energy Office to survive and move forward, it's probably in our best interest to work together on a bill that's already out there and coming across from the Senate. Bringing this forward at this point in the game and not being part of those negotiations that were done in 301 doesn't help this office. It actually hurts the trust that was put together in Senate Bill 301. At this point, I'd ask for your no vote on House Bill 1373.
Representative Bridges. Representative Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These two funds are about finding creative ways to reduce energy use and unleashing innovation and entrepreneurship in new energy creation. Those are Colorado values that fit with our Colorado way of life, and I urge your support of this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1373, Representative Becker J.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, when we talk about this, I was involved in the reorganization of the Energy Office way back when in my first seat. That reorganization was supposed to include all the above energy. That's not what they've been doing. They've concentrated on anything but all of the above energy. That's not what we're looking for. It's making sure that we're working together to find a bill that the Energy Office will actually follow. Working together to make sure we have something ironclad that they won't ignore from us, that they will actually follow. And when we say state of Colorado is all of the above energy, which we said when we passed that bill 5 years ago, we should honestly mean it. It should be something that we're concentrating on. We have to make sure that we are the top of energy in the United States. And to pass a bill just to fund an office to keep them going when they weren't doing what they were supposed to in the first place makes no sense. This bill should not pass. It should be PI'd here. It's time for us to put some responsibility in the Energy Office to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to, what we set them out to do 5 years ago, that they're not. To just give them money with no parameters reset is irresponsible. I'd ask for your no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill, Representative Wiss, Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, the Colorado Energy Office may be the fail video of the Colorado state government. It is not doing what it was designed to do, and that may be because when this office was originally set up, it was because we thought we were actually running out of energy. And instead, what this office has done is spent more time talking about what light bulbs we're going to have on the first floor of the Capitol than it's actually talked about actually doing energy policy for our state. Let's face facts. This office is a failure. It needs new direction. It needs a new focus, precisely the kind of thing that we're trying to do here. Urge you to vote no.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1373, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1373. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. House Bill 1373 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 302.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 302.
Senate Bill 302 by Senator Quorum, also Representatives Catlin and McLaughlin, concerning clarification of the exemption from property tax of silvicultural equipment.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, too, Representative Catlin.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to go really fast. I move that we, there is no committee reports, and I move for the passage of Senate Bill 17302.
All right, to the bill, Representative Catlin.
This is a bill to clarify the exemption of property tax on silviculture property. Silviculture property is the equipment necessary to log or to move the beetle kill out of the forest so that you can make a product out of it. This is not the equipment that's used in a sawmill or any of that. This is the equipment that would clear the forest floor or that you would use in a forest that you might own. It was left out of the agricultural tax exemption on Senate Bill 10177. We're just trying to clarify that so that it gets put back into that tax exempt like agriculture.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agriculture is a huge part of our economy. We've got to keep it going. We need to just add this one little piece in it. All the other agricultural equipment gets this tax credit, and this small piece of agriculture needs it as well. I ask for your vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Benavides.
Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this bill and to the motion. Members, we heard this bill today in committee, and while I applaud the sponsors for attempting to correct what they say was an oversight in 2010 in including silviculture, personal property. But what this bill does, it says that businesses that use personal property, things like trucks or other equipment to harvest, grow, plant trees in forest areas, that should be exempt from personal property tax, completely exempt. There is zero fiscal note associated with this bill. And when asked about it, there were no personal property tax payers that were businesses that spoke about this bill. But instead, the sponsors offered a letter from a single taxpayer business, and that letter said that that taxpayer had $2 million in equipment and then was planning to buy $1.2 million more in equipment. So a single taxpayer would have over $3 million in equipment that would be exempt if this bill passes. The fiscal note drafter had indicated that he had attempted to call the counties and had never found any information about this. Yet, he said that single taxpayer would have a tax liability of $60,000. Personal property tax is paid to the counties. 30% of it stays locally with the county, and 50% of it stays locally with the county, and 50% goes to the local school districts. So for that single taxpayer, if this passes, that county would be losing $60,000 in revenue. 50% of that, $30,000, would have gone to the local school districts. Because no one was aware of even that single taxpayer, no fiscal note was put on this bill. But at a minimum, there's $60,000 of impact. There are probably at least 10 to 50 businesses like this in communities, in rural communities where we've heard all session that rural schools need money. We are taking this away from school districts, from local governments. We are not even having appropriations hear this. I think it's a mistake. I think it's irresponsible for us to do this. And I think the impact on local governments and local school districts will be more than we expect. So I would urge you to really consider this bill that came to us very late, that local governments haven't really been able to weigh in on, and I would encourage you to oppose the bill. Thank you.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members. Everyone having a good time? Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 302. You know, probably part of the reason why there was nobody over here talking about the bill today or yesterday when it was in committee is these are hardworking people. They're out there in the forests doing what they're trained to do. They didn't have time to make the 300 or 400-mile trip over here just to testify on this bill. They're out there earning, working a living, paying their taxes, and more than compensating for what this minimal business personal property tax exemption might take from them. No school districts came over from the Western Slope and complained about it. It's a win-win situation. This affects more than one person. There's dozens that also do the same thing, but they don't have the time to take off from their hardworking job to come over and testify on the bill. So I urge an aye vote for Senate Bill 302. Thank you, members.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 302, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 302. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Senate Bill 302 passes. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're doing a great job. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 306.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 306.
Senate Bill 306 by Senator Lambert, also Representative Hamner, concerning direct transfer of money from the high cost support mechanism broadband deployment grant applicants with proposed broadband deployment projects that have been approved by the Broadband Deployment Board for grant award and in connection therewith requiring segregation of funds for basic voice services from funds for broadband deployment.
Nice job, Mr. Randall. Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 306.
To the bill, Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bill that's coming to you from members of the Joint Budget Committee. And if you remember, during the long bill discussion, we passed an amendment that transferred money from the high cost support mechanism into broadband. And so this bill is a technical bill that just makes sure that that transfer can take place. So I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 306? Madam Majority Leader, on Senate Bill 306.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Hamner, for bringing this bill. It helps us as a state invest a lot more money into rural broadband, which is a priority for my district. I know it is for yours as well. We both have large rural areas. There's more that we can do to invest in rural broadband, and that's why I move L001 and ask that it be displayed.
There's no packet.
There's no packet.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill?
I ask to stand in a brief recess because we seem to have lost the...
Committee will be in a brief recess. Come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a multi-page amendment that works to transfer funding from the High Cost Support Fund over to the Broadband Fund. In doing that, it redefines what effective competition is and makes some changes to the Broadband Fund to facilitate quicker and better deployment of those funds. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Willett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. My name actually appears on the amendment. I want to thank Majority Leader Becker for this. Folks, you know, we talk a lot about transportation, and I'm not so sure on the Western Slope if rural broadband isn't as important or more important than transportation. One could argue that it is the new transportation. We definitely need this middle mile and third mile over there on the west slope. This is a nice change in the direction, and I strongly urge and I vote. Thank you for the support.
Seeing no further discussion on L001, Representative Hamner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In case you're wondering what the bill sponsor thinks about the amendment,
We all do, Representative
I
Hamner.
thought you might. I do support this amendment, and actually I checked with my Senate sponsor, and he also agrees. We think that this adds a lot of depth and clarification about the intent of the budget amendment in the long bill, and ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion on L001, the question before us is the passage of L001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. L001 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Hamner. Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 306, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 306. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Senate Bill 306 passes. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 304.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 304.
Senate Bill 304 by Senators Martinez, Dominican, and Williams, also Representative Singer and Thurlow, concerning the authority of the Joint Technology Committee.
Representatives Singer and Thurlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's another Singer-Thurlow mix-up here. I move Senate Bill 304, and I don't believe there's a committee report.
There is no committee report to the bill. Representatives? Representative Thurlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. Senate Bill 304 merely extends the life of the Joint Technology Committee permanently. Yeah, it's been a good committee. It serves a good function, and we ask for your support.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I do support this bill. I think it is a good bill. I do want to offer Amendment L004 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L004 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this bill does is it's permissive, and it, in my opinion, it provides more accountability, provides more oversight for the Joint Technology Committee to look at how, where, and why citizens' data is being stored by the state, and to be able to request reports from state agencies regarding those databases on which citizens' data is being collected. I don't think it violates the intent or the spirit of the bill. In fact, I think it enhances it, and one of the reasons why I offered it was because I wanted to make it a little bit more clear. When I was reading it, I didn't really see that. I obviously don't want to run afoul of any timelines or deadlines we have, but I do wish to still move this, and I ask that that you would give it a yes vote, members. Thank you.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Here's where I'm a little bit ambivalent about this. Not only it being a Senate bill and having to go back to the Senate on concurrence with 2 and some change days remaining. When I look at the amendment here, I do think that we already cover in our language a little bit about how, where, and why, even if it isn't specifically enumerated. The second part about requesting a report from state agencies regarding the databases on which citizens' data is stored by the state, I just want to make sure that we're not violating any specific name-specific information regarding a specific citizen. If it talks about what types of citizens, even there, we run into some potential privacy issues, and so I'm a little ambivalent on this based on the timing and also on the language. I think we all want to make sure that we protect our citizens' privacy. I think that's the point of the bill and the amendment, but I'll just leave it at that.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't agree more, Representative Singer. The intent of the bill is to protect citizens from any undue collection of their information and whatnot. And considering the unique situation we have here, specifically regarding marijuana and, of course, the federal government, and not sure where that's going to fall out, we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect any resident or any citizen of Colorado from undue collection on their privacy or infringement upon that privacy. And that's the whole intent of this bill, or excuse me, of this amendment. And I figured that this would be a great companion to it. And again, I would ask for a yes vote on it.
Representative Thurlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Williams, for bringing the amendment. I guess I'm just very skeptical of two things. One, how the amendment actually moves the ball forward, because the bill itself asks for oversight, or talks about oversight over data privacy and data collection and cybersecurity. And of course, that is the intent of the bill, is to have that oversight through the Joint Technology Committee and get us headed down that road. I'm a little bit concerned about the wording of this amendment, although I understand the intent of it, but at this late date to send this amendment back to the Senate for confirmation, and if we don't get it, we're out of time. So I would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on L004, the question before us is the passage of L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. L004 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 304, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 304. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Senate Bill 304 passes. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House, we're on a roll. We're going to move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 240.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 240.
Senate Bill 240 by Senators John and Tate, House Representative Winter, concerning the continuation of the regulation of vehicles in the ordinary course of business in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations of the Sunset Report of the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the finance. Is there two reports?
There's business affairs. Representative Winter, you just have the
I
bill
move the
and
Business
the
Affairs-
Business Affairs and Labor, Finance, and Appropriations report.
Great. I move the Business Affairs and Labor, the Finance Committee, and the Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee just simply added on the J amendment, and I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Finance Committee, we added an amendment at the request of the reviser to make sure it correlated with the bill we passed this morning. But we have more work to do on that, and so I have an amendment to the Finance Committee report L016. I move amendment L016, which is an a reviser's amendment in order to have congruence with the other law we passed today. And I encourage a yes vote.
L016 has been moved and now properly displayed. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. L016 is passed. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move adoption of the Finance Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion on the Finance Committee report, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The Finance Committee report passes. To the Business Affairs and Labor report, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor report. In that committee, we had an agreement between the dealers, the used car dealers, and the department, and I encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the Business Affairs and Labor report, the question before us is the passage of the Business Affairs and Labor report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Business Affairs and Labor report passes. And Representative Winter, just for the record, would you just move Senate Bill 240 once more?
I move Senate Bill 240.
All right. To the bill, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an important bill that keeps our auto dealers open and has consumer protection, and I encourage a yes vote. And I do have one more amendment we need to take care of, L017. L017 simply does some cleanup language that ensures that sections of law do not apply to publicly traded companies. Basically, DOR could stop trading of shares, and that didn't seem like something we wanted to do. So I encourage a yes vote on L017.
And can you move L017?
I move L017.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion on L017, the question before us is the passage of L017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. L017 is passed. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is important for our auto dealers. It's important for consumers, and I encourage a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 240, all those in favor of Senate Bill 240 say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 240 passes. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 183.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 183.
Senate Bill 183 by Senator Gardner, House Representative Lee, concerning the authority of the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs to make grants related to the USS Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 183. There are no committee reports.
To the committee report, Representative Lee.
I don't believe there are committee reports.
I'm sorry, to the bill, Representative
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bill to support the commissioning of a Colorado named U.S. Navy submarine that will be the first submarine named after the state of Colorado in many years. It's being commissioned this year, and this bill would provide a small amount of funding to support the commissioning ceremonies around the state. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 183. It's a great honor that the state of Colorado could have a nuclear submarine named after our state. The submarine has been christened, if I'm not mistaken, and it's being outfitted. But there are some minor things that need to be taken care of, and I think this is a good way that the citizens of Colorado can show their appreciation for a ship in the Navy in the great tradition of the USS Colorado. There's been battleships. Now we have a nuclear submarine. So I urge a aye vote on Senate Bill 183.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 183? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 183. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Senate Bill 183 passes. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're catching a rhythm. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 305.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 305.
Senate Bill 305 by Senators Lundberg and Fenberg, also Representatives Foote and Neville, concerning modifications to select statutory provisions affecting primary elections enacted by voters of the 2016 statewide general election to facilitate the effective implementation of the state's election laws and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Foote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 305.
To the bill, Representative Foote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 305 is the bill that implements the Proposition 107 and 108 ballot measures from last fall. It makes several implementing type of changes in the statute. It's a good bill to maintain our transparency and integrity in elections, just like we had before, but now considering the fact that unaffiliateds are going to be voting in primary elections either for Republican or Democratic candidates. So we ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I also move the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 305.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, in the Appropriations Committee, what we did is we actually appropriated correctly the amount of monies required to reimburse the counties for the cost of elections. In bills 107, or in the amendments 107, 108, they were written in a way where the counties were reimbursed based on how many ballots they actually received back, but the counties actually incur costs to send ballots out. So what we've done in the Appropriations Committee report and what we've done in the bill itself is we appropriate money to the counties to cover the costs of their elections, not just in these off years, but also in 2020 when they receive a large cost for running a presidential primary. We make sure that we reimburse their costs in the Appropriations Committee report so that it's not an unfunded mandate.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the bill, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a good bill. What we've done here, it completely allows unaffiliates to vote in the primary election. However, we do make sure that there are two separate elections to make sure that each election can be certified and counted properly by the canvass board to make sure that they can know who voted in what election. Of course, no one knows how we voted, but we do make sure that there's transparency on who voted in which election so that those elections can be certified correctly, and we make sure that election integrity remains intact. What we've also done too is, since different counties work on different voting systems and equipment, what this bill does is adopts a way of working that in so that each counties that may be working on some older equipment, they can still participate in these elections, and the unaffiliates can still participate in the primary elections without having to buy new election equipment. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Foote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies for jumping the gun there on going to the bill before the Appropriations Committee report, but the Minority Leader basically said it all. We're implementing the will of the voters in a way that makes sense and that can run good elections, and so we're happy with where the bill ended up. There were several amendments made in the Senate that made sense, and at this point we think it's a good bill and we hope that you'll vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 305? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 305. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Senate Bill 305 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we stand in a brief recess.
Committee of the Whole will stand in a brief but pleasant recess. Committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till later today. I move to lay over the special orders calendar till later today.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to chaos. The House will come back to order. Mr. Randall, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole Biggs Leader report has under its consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1081 is amended. House Bill 1373 passed on second reading and goes placed on calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 183, Senate Bill 240 is amended. Senate Bill 302, Senate Bill 304, Senate Bill 305 is amended. Senate Bill 306 is amended. Passed on second reading and revised, placed on calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1372, House Bill 1375 is amended. Senate Bill 267, Senate Bill 296 as amended, laid over until later today, retaining their place on the calendar.
All right, members, you have heard the report of the Committee of the Whole. Representative Pabon. You have heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. With 59 yes votes. Oh, Mr. Randall, please close the machine. With 59 yes votes and 5 no votes, the report of the committee of the whole is adopted. House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Pabon. Seeing no objection, Representative Pabon will take the chair.
felt kind of guilty because I did it too long. If I would have done it. And then I did it over. I'll make a motion and I'll hand you. Sure. I did this.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority or assistant majority leader. The coat roll is relaxed. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 267.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 267.
Senate Bill 267 by Senators Sonnenberg and Guzman, also Representatives Becker K. and Becker J. Concerning the sustainability of rural Colorado.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 267. Do we have an appropriations?
There is no committee reports to the bill. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you all know, recently we voted on a bill that cut $264 million out of our hospital provider fee in order to balance our budget. That was a hard vote for a lot of people. In fact, I don't think any Republican except Representative Rankin voted for that bill. And because none of us really want to see that kind of money taken out of our rural or out of any of our hospitals. So we have a solution for you, and it's called Senate Bill 267. Basically, Senate Bill 267 reverses the $528 million cut to hospitals. It moves the hospital provider fee to an enterprise to minimize unintended consequences of the having the hospital provider fee under the Tabor cap. There are several other things that the bill does, which also includes putting over $2 billion into COPs for capital construction and transportation. It creates a business personal property tax credit for small businesses valued at $21 million. It provides $30 million for rural and small schools and dedicates revenue thereafter to $20 million to our school ed fund every year. It requires each state agency to submit a plan for a 2% budget reduction. And it protects the senior homestead property exemption by making it the first funding priority if there is a tax refund. So there's a lot in this bill, because it took a lot to bring people on. But essentially what we want to do is make sure that hospitals can continue benefiting from the hospital provider fee. And so I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Becker J.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I know this is the bill you've been waiting for all night. This is the bill that we'll be here for a while discussing. And if you look at the bill and you look at what's going on, this bill has everything we've been speaking about all year inside of it. This bill has money for transportation. It's not the answer for transportation, but it is a start to that conversation, and it is a piece to that puzzle to get us transportation dollars. In doing that, we take, just like we asked before, $100 million out of general fund and $50 million out of HUTF to pay to get that done. That is putting skin in the game from general fund to fund transportation. That's what we've been asking for. Those are the things we've been asking for. It puts $21 million a year towards a business personal property tax credit for businesses in the state of Colorado. This helps small businesses in the state of Colorado. Exactly what we've been speaking about for years in raising that to make sure we're taking care of those small businesses. This gives $30 million to rural schools in the first year. In the first year, $30 million to rural schools to spend on what they need it. That may be textbooks, that may be fixing some of their buildings. We leave that up to local school boards and give them that control. Every year thereafter, $20 million heading into education. We are taking care of some of rural schools. We are making sure money heads into education. With that, as you know, in the budget, we spoke about a cap on HCPF to make sure every dime of the provider fee that we can heads to hospitals. Every dime. 3% cap makes sure that they're only getting the admin fees they need to distribute that fund. That's what we're taking care of. And then inside of this bill, we start taking care and putting forward the Medicaid reform that we've spoke about here all year as well. This bill wasn't easy to arrive at. We don't take it lightly. There was a lot of great conversation and there was a lot of compromise to get here. Let me tell you why this bill is necessary. We just cut hospitals by over $500 million. I know that not a lot of us in this room were here in 2009 when the hospital provider fee went through. Whether or not you would have voted for it or not does not matter. It went through. And that means we made a promise to take care of that population and to make sure those hospitals were getting that money. Yet to balance the budget this year, what we said is that no longer matters. We will pull those dollars and we will say that the hospitals need to figure out how to take care of those populations. How that federal mandate needs to be paid for now goes on the back of hospitals. If you're talking about access to health care and you're talking about serving those populations, don't you want to make sure that we're pulling down the federal dollars in order to make that work at this point? That's an important fact. If you want access to health care and you want to make sure we're serving populations and we're not closing the doors of hospitals, that's exactly what we're doing here. We're making sure that we are taking care of those hospitals that were made a promise that this money would be coming to them to serve the populations from that federal mandate. This bill takes care of that. Does it have things in it that we all hate? Yes, absolutely. Does it have things in here that we all like? Yes. Things that we fought for years? Yes. It protects businesses. It protects it starts the conversation on transportation and moves that forward. It starts the conversation on Medicaid reform and moves that forward. It caps administration fees. This is what you've been asking for. And on top of that, we reduce the cap by $200 million. Members, this may not be a perfect bill, but this is certainly a bill that's going to take care of all of Colorado and, yes, make sure that rural Colorado is taken care of as well. I'd ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 267, the question before... Representative Navarro.
Oh, it is down. Okay. Members, I rise this evening to speak in support of Senate Bill 267. Am I pleased with everything in this bill? No, absolutely not. Am I pleased with the priorities that have taken place this session? No, absolutely not. However, this bill gets us closer than we have been all session to a place that protects and supports rural Colorado. I want to thank Senator Sonnenberg and Representatives Becker and Becker for bringing this bill forward. There are aspects of this bill that get me to a yes vote. Members, this bill addresses the needs of rural Colorado in a way that I can live with at this time. I can live with prioritizing rural transportation issues. I can live with prioritizing education funding in rural areas of our state. I can live with the accountability this bill will bring to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Finance. And I can live with the small steps toward Medicaid reform. And I can live with the protections this bill offers to our senior homestead property tax exemption. The financial stability in rural Colorado is important to me. And this is why I rise in support of this bill. Our rural schools need this bill. Our rural roads need this bill. And our rural hospitals need this bill. While not perfect, I strongly urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rural, rural, rural. It's music to my ears. I haven't heard that word spoken so many times in this chamber in a long time. So I thank the bill sponsors for bringing this. My question for you is sustainability. That's my biggest question for you. Because in what you were saying in your introduction, you said, well, there was like whatever it was, 264 million or whatever it was cut out of the hospital provider fee to balance the budget. We've been talking about school finance. $48 million was cut from the school finance formula in order to build or to balance the budget. Then when the Gallagher adjustment came in, we restored that. So now we're going to pull the hospital provider fee out of this. That leaves the big target in the crosshairs, education. So how are we going to sustain what's in this bill so that we don't end up coming back and cutting on the one side of what we just put in 20 million on this side and took out 48 on that side? How's it going to work, the sustainability, past this first year?
Representative Becker J.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Wilson, I think that one of the things we want to make sure is that we're not harming other places inside of this budget. We want to make sure that it's responsible enough that we can sustain it. And as you see some of these dollars, and maybe I know in this bill it's not so easy to follow, but the dollars that come through that we're using, we're going to be using some increase in marijuana dollars that will be sustaining the business personal property tax as we're going forward. We're going to use $100 million already out of general fund that would have came from the $228, and then 50 from HUTF, which comes from the savings that we do from paying off the bond, those $168 million that's sitting there. So we'll take $50 million of that to pay off the COPs. As you can see, it was hard to thread this needle to make sure that we weren't harming not only education, the other unprotected place inside of this budget being higher education. We want to make sure there's not future cuts for somebody, and on top of that, making sure that we're securing the rural hospitals. I can tell you that this is sustainable, and there is a lot of thought put into it.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Becker, for that response, because don't get me wrong, I support this because it's rural, rural, rural. But I also know that we say we're going to put 20 million into schools after this first year of 30, and then we need to balance the budget. And when you're talking about $6 billion in education, that's the fat cat to cut from. Is there any guarantee that we will see this 20 million 2 and 3 and 4 years down the line?
Representative Becker J.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, when you're talking about marijuana and you're at your town halls, you're talking about the taxes, what do you always hear? When are we going to start putting those towards education? And if you remember, we also kept the marijuana taxes at 10% as well. The money for that 20 million will be coming from there. You can go into your town halls and say, we are putting money from marijuana taxes into the classroom.
Representative Beckman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very concerned about this piece of legislation, and because of the Medicaid spending and the moving of the hospital provider fee into an enterprise where we actually lose as a legislature control of the spending. We know that the department that oversees Medicaid has grown to over $9 million. It's fully a third of what we spend in the state of Colorado, and we've had discussions about it engulfing our budgets. Medicaid grew from $1.15 billion in 2009 to $2.6 billion, and that doesn't even count the $1.5 billion hospital provider fee, including matching funds. These are big dollar amounts, and we've had many discussions about how this is engulfing our budget. And really the reasons why we are having these budget problems as far as not being able to fund transportation and not being able to fund education adequately. We have expanded Medicaid far beyond what other states have done. And so as I read this bill on page 25, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer an amendment.
Okay. Please move your amendment.
I move L096 and ask for an aye vote and for it to be shown on the screen.
L096 has been moved and is properly displayed to the amendment, Representative
It's so
Beckman.
clear in this on page 25 that moving to the Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Fee, which is the new name for the hospital provider fee, is being moved to help with increase of hospital reimbursement rates. But it also goes on to say that under the State Medical Assistance Program and the Colorado Indigent Care Program, the goal is to increase the number of individuals covered by public medical assistance. I think we need to take a step back in Colorado since we have almost 1.4 million Coloradoans. 1 out of every 4 in Colorado are on Medicaid, much, much higher than most states in this country, that we do not pass something that is going to be on auto control, that is outside of what the legislature can really impact, and to sign off on something that says we're going to continue to try to increase getting people on Medicaid. And so what this amendment would do would be to say, to ask to manage the number of individuals covered by public medical assistance and to prohibit any future general fund expenditures for such purposes. I think this kind of puts some bumpers on the runaway spending that we've had recently in the state of Colorado since the expansion of Medicaid started in 2009. And help us in the future have more reasonable budget discussions, because as we've talked for many years, this is the big gorilla in the room that is engulfing our budget. So I ask for an aye vote on L096.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Beckman, for your engagement. I'm not sure I actually understand what you're trying to achieve here specifically, but I think broadly what you're saying is that you're concerned about Medicaid becoming a bigger and bigger portion of our budget, that healthcare in general costs more and more. And I share that concern, and I think as sort of guardians of the state treasury, we have to be careful and concerned about that. However, the hospital provider fee is not the reason that Medicaid costs are growing, and it's not the way that we are going to be able to fix Medicaid costs. There are lots of things that we can do in Colorado to address increasing healthcare costs. And, you know, we've had several bills this year to address just that. But that is a really big discussion, and the hospital provider fee is not responsible for, nor will it solve that issue. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Beckman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would respectfully disagree. The hospital provider fee had 2 goals in mind. One was to increase reimbursements for hospitals, and the second was to increase the number of persons covered in Medicaid. It was a very deliberate movement by the state of Colorado. It was a very partisan movement at the time. All of those expansion votes through 2009, 10, 11 were very, very partisan without Republican support. And so on page 25, my concern was it clearly identifies that this new affordability and sustainability fee and the federal match money for hospitals is to increase reimbursements, but then it goes on line 23 and 24, and to increase the numbers of individuals covered by public medical assistance. I believe that that is kind of the opposite of what we want to be doing in Colorado. As far as, we want to get people back to work, we want to have people, be more self-sufficient. I am concerned that if we approve this without any limit on how high that fee can go, that we will have created a committee of 13 that is out there aggressively recruiting people to be on public medical assistance. What this does is just request that they manage the numbers, not that they go and try to increase them, but they manage the numbers, and that we limit the general fund expenditures for such proposals. I would hate to see us make such dramatic changes in Tabor and the hospital provider fee and all of the other things that are thrown in this bill and end up, a couple years later with our fees from this committee being increased significantly and the cost of health care continuing to spiral out of control. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L066? Seeing none, the question before us is 96, I'm sorry. L096. The question before us is the passage of L096. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. L096 fails. To the bill. Representative Beckman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move,
Representative Beckman.
Chairman, I would like to move 097 and ask for an aye vote. On page 27 of the bill, I would like to, and ask for it to be displayed.
L097 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Beckman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the really negative, I think, in public perception issues around the hospital provider fee is that it is not on the bill, that it is not on a hospital bill. It can't be tracked. We know that it's at 6%, but it can't be tracked. This amendment will add a requirement to enter into an agreement with hospitals that require additional billing transparency, including the amount of the Colorado Healthcare Affordability and Sustainability Enterprise Fee must be clearly identified in a separate line item on each hospital bill. I think this is the least we can do for those who are sick and so vulnerable in hospitals and are actually paying for the increased expansion of even more health care in Colorado. The numbers I've seen are that, people paying for hospitals are paying about 1.6% compared to, anyway, I forget the numbers, I won't go there. But it's almost twice as much. It's really important that if you put a fee on a person, that they understand how much that fee is. In Colorado, we've talked a lot about transparency. We've talked a lot about being open. This is a $1.5 billion amount of money that can't be tracked. You can't see it on a bill. So this would actually take out the requirement that it not be shown in a bill of any sort in any hospital, and this allows it to be clearly identified so people can see what that fee is, can see what the percent is, can see what they're paying, and then actually, understand as a citizen, as a vulnerable person who is sick, where that money is going. So I would, for transparency and something that I know has bothered many, many citizens for many years, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I have been asked by constituents many, many times since I've been elected about this hospital provider fee. When they hear about it and they want to know, well, why can't I see it? And they've gone to bills where they've looked at the bills that they've had to pay or their insurance had to pay, and they had to go through line by line and approve, and they don't add up because they can't figure out this provider fee and where the line item is and how it fits into what their stay entailed for them, for their personal hospital stay. And so again, in the name of transparency and just letting people know, people that aren't going to be looking at the multiple page hospital bill aren't going to care. People that do want to know what that fee is or what that percentage is will have a line item that they'll be able to tell. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason this amendment doesn't work is because patients aren't charged for the hospital provider fee. In committee today, in testimony, a CEO of one of the rural hospitals, and I'm sorry I've forgotten her name right now, testified that this is not a pass-on cost. It actually comes from their own coffers. So you'd be asking them to do something that actually isn't the case and isn't how this is handled. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the hospital's own coffers from which this come from are made up of a charge when a insurance carrying or private person goes to a hospital, they pay about 1.7 times the actual cost. And, Medicaid patients, Medicaid charges are about 0.6 of the actual cost. So in fact, that extra 0.7, a part of that is in fact the money that's used to match the hospital provider fee. It can be allocated on a cost basis, simple accounting problem. To take some of that cost shifting, allocate that to what goes into the hospital provider fee and inform patients of what they're actually paying. It can be done.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to go along with what Representative Rankin was just saying, yes, I totally understand that patients are not necessarily paying the actual provider fee as it is stated in our statutes that is charged and then paid back by the federal government. However, people that know it's there still want to see it. Many people read the papers. Many people are aware of this fee. Many people are watching our process now and want to know how that fee works and what it is and why it's there and what the charge is, and they just want to know what that amount is for themselves. And I think that hiding it from them by saying that they aren't paying it, and actually when you think about it, most patients aren't paying the hospital bill anyway. Most of that is handled through insurance. They just have a small percentage or a copay or their portion of what they're paying of the bill anyway. They're not paying the entire hospital bill in the huge majority of cases anyway. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on L097, the question before us is the passage of L097. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. L097 fails. Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I was here in 2009. I think I'm the only person here, the old sage, emphasis on old, no. But I was here in 2009 when the hospital provider fee was passed. And for the record, I voted against it. But I also remember that there was a lot of talk about making the hospital provider fee an enterprise, which, quite frankly, if I remember correctly, our side of the aisle was potentially for doing that. Anyways, we can't change history. as it relates to the hospital provider fee right now. But one of the things that I would like to discuss just a little bit, being the kind of the junior historian, I know there's been a lot of angst about how Senate Bill 267 is going to be funded, in part, is through the issuance of certificates of participation, COPs, as they're. First of all, I want to assure everybody, all my fellow colleagues, that this is not, COPs are not some type of financial hocus pocus or flim flam or anything like that. They are a legitimate form of financing that have been used and authorized in Colorado for the last 14 or 15 years. Even though it's technically not debt like a bond, I can assure you, excuse me, thank you, is that they are used all the time for a multitude of projects, which I'll get into it in just a minute, and they are treated very, very highly on the priority by the JBC and so forth. They are, it's kind of like a mortgage. You always pay your mortgage, or if you don't have a mortgage and you have a credit card bill, if you're smart, you always pay that credit card bill. Well, that's where COPs are, is the JBC always treats those payments as a very, very high priority. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure members of the JBC will come up and correct me. But also a bit of history on the COPs is that for the length of period of time they've been in existence, Colorado has never, ever made a default or has never not paid their obligations under the COPs. Let me give you some examples of what the COPs have been used for. The National Western Redevelopment, which was just passed, I think, a couple of years ago when I wasn't here. The Ralph Carr Judicial Center, which is right across the street from us. The Colorado History Museum, the University of Colorado, the Aurora campus for their science building. In my district, the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. Representative Williams is a graduate of UCCS, and Centennial Hall was financed with certificates of participation. That is one of the major classrooms at the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. The point is these projects and many of others, which run into the tens of millions of dollars, always have and always will be paid for. So it's the last thing the state is going to do is not take care of these significant obligations under COPs. I have struggled with this piece of legislation, probably like many of you all, but I've come to the conclusion, what I've heard from from people in my district is, first and foremost, if I've heard it once, I've heard it 1,000 times, that they want something done on transportation. And I commend Representative Becker and the Senate for doing something constructive that I can take back to my constituents in House District 16 that will show that we are serious about doing funding for construction. Is it everything that I want? No. Is it maybe the exact way I would have done it? No. But is it better than sitting here for the last 118 days and doing nothing? Absolutely it is. I can also say that in terms of transportation, that I really like that it targets some of the increases for Medicaid co-pays, which I think is very important. I think Representative Beckman, that's something that she's long advocated for. It protects the senior homestead tax exemption, which has a big impact in my district. It also does something and protects the business personal property tax. And last but not least, while I have a suburban district, we hear rural, I do have, I'll say, vested interest, and I'm interested in what this can do for rural Colorado and for the hospitals and so forth. So I will be supporting 267. It's not perfect, but it is a very strong step in the right direction. I urge and I vote for Senate Bill 267.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in full support of Senate Bill 267. About a week, maybe two ago, we took a very hard vote in this body. A vote to balance our budget, but in order to balance that budget, we had to take money away from our hospitals. And I don't know about you, but I had to have some very hard conversations with some very important and special people to me. CEOs of the hospitals in my area, but also my wife, who's a registered nurse. If we don't find a way to fund these hospitals, not only are we talking about health care, we're talking about real people with real jobs that are in danger of losing their jobs if we don't come together and we don't find a way to make sure that we make right on the hospital provider fee. And what happens when these hospitals close down? It's not just losing hospitals. It's not just losing a place to go. If these hospitals shut down, the people that work there, second highest employer in my district, the people that work there are without jobs. What does that do to an entire community? You heard the sponsors say, this is not the perfect bill, this is not the perfect answer, and I think all of us would agree. What this is compromise. What this is hard work coming together to find a way to protect our hospitals, protect our communities, and protect jobs for Coloradans. This bill is probably one of the most important bills I'll ever vote on in this chamber. It impacts my community that much. It impacts, and my community is not even what most people consider rural. Sometimes they decide it's rural, sometimes they decide it's urban. But when we're talking about the number one employer, we're talking about the only place people can go to get health care, and we're just going to let it go and we're going to let it shut down because we may not like every single thing in this bill. That's not responsible. We have an obligation to be responsible to the people of Colorado. And I applaud all the sponsors of this bill for the hard work they did coming to the table and sorting through all of the work that needed to be done. Thank you for bringing this bill, and I'm in full support of Senate Bill 267.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would move Amendment L093 and ask that it be displayed.
L093 has been moved and is printed and distributed on everyone's desk. To the amendment, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment deals with the transportation funding piece of SB 267. Currently in the bill, it provides roughly 1.8 billion to for funding of what's called Tier 1 projects. Briefly, Tier 1 projects represents the highest priority transportation projects identified around the state as part of our 10-year program. However, the cost of funding Tier 1 projects is much closer to 3.5 to 4 billion. So the funding that is provided in 267 will not fund the Tier 1 project list. It will only fund a portion of it, roughly 1/3 of the project list. My amendment, L093, would provide additional funding. It would authorize, subject to voter approval, it would have to be approved on the ballot, $2 billion in additional funds. The amendment requires that it will go to complete funding for the Tier 1 projects. It would be funded, that is, the bond service would be paid for by designating 5% of the state sales tax to pay the bond, and that would generate sufficient funds for a $2 billion trans bond. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L093? Representative Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is a refrain you've heard from me more than once. We're back to the early days of the session and our commitments to do something about the roads and bridges of Colorado. This is an echo of a great idea that Representative Carver brought in a different form as a piece of legislation, as a standalone bill earlier. This is something that does what the taxpayers have asked us to do. Use the money they're already paying. There are sacrifices being made at kitchen tables on a weekly basis in this state to pay taxes. And those people are asking us to provide safe and predictable passage up and down the roadways, the highways and the byways of our state. This bill gets us there. This amendment gets us there. It takes money that's already being paid in and it directs it to the projects that we have identified as the most important projects, the Tier 1 projects. This is the answer to so many of the questions that we have been asking ourselves all session long. So I would advise you to speak quickly, to the point, and make sure that people realize this is a great amendment. I support the amendment. Thank you very much.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Carver, for your engagement on the bill and also your commitment to transportation funding. I think taking 5% of sales tax, asking voters to do that, means we're taking 5% of sales tax that's being spent somewhere else on the budget, which is likely to be K-12 education, higher ed, Department of Corrections, or healthcare. So you're just moving it around in a way that's going to be damaging to something else. And that's not, in this bill, we're already taking $100 million of general fund, which is brand new, which is, I think, an incredible something that my side has resisted and has really moved forward in a significant way with this bill. And, that is meeting your goal of having existing funding going into transportation. So I think it just puts strain on other parts of the budget. And we need to have a conversation. I mean, that's exactly what JBC is tasked to do every year, is to say, what are the funding priorities? And we approved their funding priorities in this year's budget. So I appreciate the gesture. I think we are spending new money in this bill on transportation. And so I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And sometimes we get lost up here in things. I was actually looking for the citation for where the saying, put your money where your mouth is, comes from. And it's a little difficult to find. What I would suggest is that this amendment is important enough to bring a lot of people to this bill in support than what you've seen so far. Because this amendment actually means that we put our money where our mouth is. I have heard people up here talking all year long about doing something for transportation. And I've heard some big numbers thrown out. Now we come to the crux of the matter and we start saying, if we're going to do this, I've been calling this bill the everything in the kitchen sink bill. But the kitchen sink in this one is transportation. The kitchen sink in this one is looking back at our voters and saying we actually did what we said we were going to do. Not to the tune of $1.9 billion, but to the tune of $3 billion more that comes out of being able to bond out projects, which we've all talked about, which we all agree about, which is actual bonds that we've already had approved by the voters rather than certificates of participation, much to my chagrin from my right honorable colleague. However, I would urge a yes vote on this. Put your money where your mouth is. Take a look at the amendment, consider what it does. It's a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Carver. Representative Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do rise in support of this amendment. Folks, again, how many times have we been challenged on transportation needs? And how many times have we kicked that can down the road? This is an opportunity to get funding for a lot of projects. We're looking at CDOT's Tier 1 projects. We're looking at JBC's letter of recommendations to how to fund transportation. This is everything you've ever wanted to finally address transportation and make it a priority. When I came down here, my priority was education and transportation. Those are the roles of government. I ask an aye for this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I rise in support of this amendment, Amendment 93, L0093. This is a good bill, but now we have a chance to take a bill in terms of transportation that might just be a Yugo or a Chevy and turn it into a Tesla. Let's really supercharge this bill, get it electrified, and let's take the opportunity that we have to bond while we can. The voters are with us, our constituents are with us. This is a good idea, and that's what our constituents want us to do. Transportation funding. We have an opportunity to do it now with this bill, and especially with this amendment. I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I want to just say ditto to everything that's been said from the supporters of this amendment, and to just play off what Representative Hugh McKean said. It's time to put our money where our mouth is, and this is something that we need to be doing. This gets us closer to what we're trying to achieve overall with transportation, and also, by the way, we get to ask the voters. This whole year, we've had a number of proposals where we ask the voters, and both sides of the aisle have talked about how we need to trust the voters, how we need to ask the voters. They'll do the right thing. And so I would not understand any opposition to that same proposal. If the voters are going to do the right thing, then let's go ahead and put it in their hands. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask for an aye vote on this.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just wanted to make some concluding comments. Members, the cost of doing Tier 1 project list is $3.5 to $4 billion. That's not my numbers. That's CDOT numbers. That's Transportation Commission numbers. If we are serious about funding the Tier 1 projects. And what is Tier 1? It is the highest priority transportation projects identified statewide by the local transportation planning regions, which are then incorporated in the 10-year plan. If we are serious about funding Tier 1, SB 267 will only fund roughly 1/3 of those projects. What this amendment does is it adds money, another $2 billion, so that we can fund all the Tier 1 projects, everybody's priority projects around the state, and it does it in a very straightforward way. It says, first, subject to voter approval because we're issuing bonds going into debt. And two, we're going to designate 5% of the state sales tax to pay for the bond. Remember that prior to 228 funding established in 2009, we designated in our state budget 10.355% went to transportation, subject to certain caveats. So this is not revolutionary to actually do transportation funding in the general fund. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on L093, the question before us is the passage of L093. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. L093 fails. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 267. What'd you say? One bill, two bills.
Seeing no objection, the bill, Senate Bill 267 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 296.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 296.
Senate Bill 296 by Senator Hill, House Representative Pedersen, concerning financing public schools.
Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L066 for the second time and ask for your support.
L0
And ask that it be displayed, sorry.
6 has been moved. I think we're just looking for a copy of L066. Representative Pedersen.
Oh, I was just there.
L066 is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like we were discussing earlier, what this does is it pulls out the compromise language that we've been working on since we are hearing that in a separate bill. And I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on L066? Representative Lebsack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm a yes vote on this amendment and looking forward to having the debate and passing a clean school finance bill.
Is there any further discussion on L066? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L066. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. L066 is passed. To the education report, Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L067 and ask that it be displayed. It's to the bill. Never mind. I am not going to move that.
We're on the education report.
Education committee report. This is just about school finance. Simple bill, keeps the negative factor flat. I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The Education Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L067 and ask that it be displayed.
L067 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just something that our wonderful drafter flagged that we did not include in the original draft, and it needs to be added. So I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on L067? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L067. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. L067 is passed. Representative Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, happy to finally be here to ask for your support for the School Finance Act. It's been a long session and night. I appreciate your patience and your support. This holds the negative factor flat. This is a significant change in the right direction from where we were earlier in the year, and so our schools and our kids are in a much better spot, but we still haven't solved the problem, and we're going to be looking forward to continuing that conversation in the future. But for now, I ask for your support on the School Finance Act.
Is there any Representative Lundin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chair Pedersen, for bringing this. I want to signpost a couple really important facts. We came into this session not really understanding or knowing whether or not we'd be able to give schools an increase, whether we'd get an increase in per pupil funding. And then we worked and midway through the session, the JBC, and we came back with a budget that actually increased spending year over year per pupil at about $185. And we've been doing this year over year over year for several years now. And that's significant because that $185 represents tracking with inflation. We're keeping our schools moving along with the economy. And then we have come back, and this bill before you does one better. It goes from $185 per pupil increase on the statewide average to $242. So I just want to make it really clear, because frequently we hear that Colorado's behind in funding schools, Colorado's in the bottom pile, and that's not accurate. We are funding schools well. We are increasing year over year over year, and this year we're increasing significantly. So I support this bill, and I'm glad we are able to continually increase the funding to public education.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 296, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 296. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 296 passes. Mr. Randall, please read the title of,
Oh, it's up there. It's not. Sorry.
House Bill 1375.
House Bill 1375 by Representatives Pedersen and Sias concerning measures to increase transparent equity in educating students in public schools in connection therewith requiring school districts to distribute metal levy revenue to meet the needs of students, creating fund to provide equalizing money to institute charter schools and requiring school districts and charter schools to post list statutory waivers received.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1375.
Okay,
Thank you again, Mr. Chair.
The bill is properly moved. We have passed one amendment to this bill previously.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, like I said, this has been a very long process and discussion and compromise. I am incredibly proud of the work that we've done and the stakeholders that were willing to sit at the table and do what it takes to figure this out to ensure that this is going to work in a fair way for our districts and also focus on the equity of our kids, regardless of what type of school you go to.
Representative Sias. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would echo my colleagues' comments here. I appreciate the hard work that she and many others have put in, but especially her leadership, and would encourage a strong aye vote in support of this bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1375? Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1375, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1375. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. House Bill 1375 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of, are we back? Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that you're supposed to be in the chair, but I move to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar.
Seeing no objection,
Until
the balance
later
of
in
the
the day.
calendar will be laid over as requested by the Assistant Majority Leader.
Until later today.
Until later today. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
I don't have to, I have to get the report signed.
Just let me know whenever you're ready. Okay. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
$1372.
the House will come to order. Mr. Randall, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, the committee hold Biggs Lead report has under consideration following touch bills being second reading thereof and makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1375 is amended and passed second reading on gross place counter for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 296 is amended and passed second reading on rise place counter for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1372, House Bill 267 laid over until later today, retaining the place on the counter.
Representative Pabon. All right, members, you have heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote on the report of the Committee of the Whole. Please close the machine. With 58 yes votes, 6 no votes, 1 excuse, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader Becker. Madam Majority Leader Becker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Senate Bill 299 be added to the special orders calendar today.
Seeing no objection, 299 will be added to the special orders calendar today. That takes us back to special orders. Representative Pabon. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Pabon will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested, as they are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader or assistant majority leader.
The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 267.
Senate Bill 267 by Senator Sonnenberg Guzman, also Representatives Becker K. and Becker J. concerning the sustainability of rural Colorado.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 267 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 267, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have already been discussing this bill for a while, and I recognize that there are many, many moving parts of this bill. It was heavily amended since the original version was introduced in the Senate. It's been amended throughout the process, and to that end, I know we've requested a couple of amendments be added tonight, and I have another one. I will move L041 and ask that it be displayed.
L041 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would actually be another way. We've discussed some ways of trying to save money. We want to help rural hospitals. I don't think anybody in this room wants to deny the fact that rural hospitals are in a bind and that we do indeed want to make sure that we're not hurting them. We want them to stay open. We want them to stay in business. But there's ways that we can look at the entire budget as a whole, that we can look at the money we are spending, the money we are frittering away, the money we are spending on all kinds of projects and people and things. And many things were not ever voted on or voted on by the people. And this is one of the items that I still think that we can trim. The people that are on Medicaid right now in our state, many of them earn more money than we do, and they have a far better insurance plan than we do. Those of us that are employed here and work here have access to obviously the state plan that we have, but Medicaid is far better than that. They have no deductibles, no copays, and people with incomes of up to 450% of the federal poverty level can qualify. That's for a family of four, that's roughly $109,000 per year. And I just want to offer an amendment that would bring down the 450% of the federal poverty level, as you can see, down to 142%, which I think is a lot more reasonable for people to be on Medicaid and getting the Medicaid benefits, programs, and available help from Medicaid. With that, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L041.
Is there any further discussion on L041? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L041. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. L041 fails. Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 267, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try one more amendment, trying to, again, save money where we can, in ways that we can. And I will move L040 and ask that it be displayed.
L040 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In a similar vein, this is a place where there is a poverty level listed of 250% of poverty level. I would like to move this amendment that would bring it down to 195%. 195%, which is still a very good program. It would be a very good amount. This is the pregnant women, but we are talking about 200% almost of poverty level. That is a large percent of people. Again, Medicaid is a far better program than we have here in the state. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are just 2 points I want to make. It's not just about pregnant women here. This is also the Medicaid buy-in for children with disabilities. So just be aware of what you're voting for. I always believe in that. I encourage a no vote. But this isn't just supporting pregnant women with this. We're also supporting a buy-in program for children with disabilities.
Seeing no further discussion on L040, the question before us is the passage of L040. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. L040 dies. Fails. Seeing no further discussion on Representative Leonard. Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Folks, I want to give you a little bit of perspective of where we are on what's called a rural bill for rural Colorado. It has a pretty broad title, but you know, we have spent some time talking about how this is an omnibus bill, and I know we are not taking that seriously enough, that our Constitution is pretty clear in Article 5, Section 21, that we need to be a single subject bill. And I did some inquiring, and there's been a memo that I would like to just read you a part of that was written back in November 2004 by the Office of Legislative Legal Services about our Constitution and bill titles and single subjects. And it's a memorandum that's intended to provide guidance regarding single subjects and the original purpose requirements for the bills under our Colorado Constitution. And the parts that I'm going to read in this memo have to discuss the single subject, because what we have in this bill is, it's been represented numerous times, a little bit of everything, kitchen sink, but there's a mandate in our Colorado Constitution that says in Section 21, and this is a quote from our Constitution, that a bill to contain but one subject expressed in title. No law shall be passed except by bill, and no bill shall be so altered or amended on its passage through either house as to change its original purpose. And the bill is to contain but one subject expressed in title. No bill except general appropriation bills shall be passed containing more than one subject, which shall be clearly expressed in its title. But if any subject shall be embraced in any act which shall not be expressed in the title, such act shall be void only as to so much thereof as shall not so be expressed. These sections, and I'm reading now from the memo put out by our Legislative Legal Services, these sections of the Colorado Constitution mandate that each bill contain one subject and that the single subject be clearly expressed in the bill title. In addition, these provisions appear to place fairly strict limits on the types of extraneous amendments that may be added as a bill moves through the legislative process. It is generally agreed that the purpose of these provisions is to focus debate on pending legislative measures and to avoid log rolling, which is the joining together of unrelated measures to gain votes for a passage of a measure. Another purpose is to provide helpful public notice as to the contents of a bill. The importance of these rules is illustrated by the constitutional requirement in Section 21 that failure to comply will invalidate the portion of a bill that is not expressed in the bill title. Now, we know that the bill title here is very general. It has the word rural and has the word Colorado. And I think we're setting a pretty bad precedent that we're going to use words like concerning Colorado in bills so that we can put everything in the kitchen sink in. So let me continue with this memo. Pursuant to these mandates, the Office of Legislative Legal Services has adopted a general policy in composing bill titles in a manner that states the single subject at the beginning of the bill title. To help identify clearly a bill's single subject, a comma is often placed at the end of the subject. Another common practice is to avoid the words and or in stating a single subject because these words connote more than one subject. Sometimes additional information is provided after the comma as a trailer. While trailers must be germane or related to the single subject, the words of a trailer generally are not part of the statement or single subject. The Office of Legislative Legal Services attempts to follow these practices as practicable. These practices have helped members and the public in the application of sections 17 and 21 and have become generally accepted over a period of years. Members, I would suggest that we are breaking with some pretty serious precedent in being able to create a log jamming bill here, log rolling bill, that incorporates so many things to make so many people happy, and we've all heard it. We've got some things and we don't have some things, but we're trying to get some things done. Here's the consequences that our Office of Legislative Legal Services tells us. That is the consequence from departure of these mandates in Section 17 and 21 and departing from legislative custom and usage. If the constitutional mandates requiring bill subject titles and legislative custom and usage arising from these mandates are not observed in the legislative process, the following consequences may occur. And this is exactly what we're doing here in the discussion of 267. 1, the loss of predictability in the consideration of bills. 2, frustration of the purposes of the constitutional mandates, such as focusing debate, avoiding log rolling, and providing adequate public notice. All of those have been the consequence of 267. 3, deprivation of a member's ability to address issues in a limited context and through the use of a tight title. 4, the possibility of increased litigation over bills already passed, with the attendant uncertainty of the application of laws. And finally, 4th, and which should be most important to us, is the erosion of public confidence in the legislative process. We talk about Washington-style politics, and sure enough, what we have in a bill like this is something for everyone. It doesn't even deal with rural in cases. We've seen marijuana tax increases across our state or marijuana tax decreases across our state. There are clauses inside here that say any county, state, county, city, or town may do the following. Well, that covers every place in Colorado. So I would conclude in this issue of a single subject that it cannot be said with certainty that in every case that departure from the rules will invalidate a bill. However, in the view of the consequences outlined above, we, the Office of Legislative Legal Services, recommend compliance with the rules and the practices that encourage compliance with these rules. These practices have proven themselves over the long term and are rooted in the integrity of the legislative process. Members, I would suggest that the integrity of our legislative process is compromised in Senate Bill 267. It contains too many subjects, too many to debate properly, too many to make trade-offs. We're trying to solve one problem, but we end up creating another. Let me help us remember how we got to the position that we're in. We've heard about we've got to save the rural hospitals. Well, let's go back and reflect about a month and a half ago when we had a problem with our budget. The budget was $264 million overspent. We had plenty of money. We had plenty of revenue. But the spending that came from the governor and that was continued in our body was $264 million too much. But we didn't want to cut that out of the budget because, as you heard, every penny that's cut from someone is going to cause a problem. So what we needed to do was cut the $239 million that we were going to give back to the taxpayers. But we were obligated to pay that to the taxpayers because we were $239 million with too much revenue. Well, how was that revenue caused? It was because we had set up a scheme for hospital provider fee, that by charging insurance companies this bed fee, as we all know, we were able to match it with the federal government, and that poured into our coffers in order to pay for Medicaid expansion. The only problem is it raised our Tabor cap, and so we had to give it back to taxpayers. So the grand scheme was figured out, well, what if we cut back on the hospital provider fee, don't get the match from the federal government, and lower our revenues by $264 million. We cut out all our refunds to the taxpayers and find ourselves with a balanced budget. The only problem is now we didn't get our $264 million from the federal government to pay our hospitals for all the Medicaid expansion that they had. And sure enough, we arrived at the end game, which is we balanced our budget on the backs of rural hospitals. So our problem with not solving our $264 million problem on day one gives us a new problem that we are now trying to solve with the most complicated bill that we've had all legislative session. Had we tried to solve that, we would have gotten a bonus. We would have found that our Gallagher amendment reset that went from 7.96% down to an estimated 6.56 and then back up to a 7.2% would have magically, mathematically found us $128 million more, leaving us with about $120 or $30 million problem that we could have solved as easy as putting $100 million into transportation as we did right here. No budget cuts. Then we wouldn't have a bill nearly as complicated as this before. So our decisions do have consequences. As we try to avoid some tough decisions, we find ourselves having some very serious decisions that now affect just about every aspect of our budget, but mostly transportation. So many of you think, well, I've got to do something on transportation. Our constituents are clamoring for it. Well, this is the fourth round of transportation solutions. We saw Bill 1171, which was how to get $3.5 billion without raising taxes by doing what we did 20 years ago, by diverting 10% of sales and use tax directly to transportation. That failed. That only needed $300 million a year to fund $3.5 billion without raising taxes, but it failed. So then we saw Bill 1242 that basically cried to the taxpayers, we in here can't possibly find $300 million in order to fund these bonds, so in our $28 billion budget. So we need to go out to the taxpayers and ask them to raise the sales tax. And as you saw, it kept getting so much resistance that the sales tax got lower and lower and lower. And of course, it started with a raising of $700 million, and the taxpayers figured out, why are you raising our taxes $700 million in order to get a bond issue that only costs $300 million a year? So that one met its fate. We also have another bill that's started in the Senate. That's 303. And that also has a $3.5 billion
Representative
worth
Leonard,
of raising taxes.
Please
Yes, Speaker.
stick to Senate Bill 267.
Thank you very much. This bill is to transportation and funding of transportation in rural Colorado, and these are all topics that have to do with rural Colorado and the roads. Thank you. So these raising of transportation money to fund our roads in all of our state have met their fate, and here we are today doing certificates of participation, which is a scheme that, while useful in other building endeavors, hasn't been used before in Colorado to the tune of these billions of dollars. Last time we did a COP that was this large was $110 million higher education that we did, and as we recall on our budget, we used federal mineral lease revenues to fund that $110 million, and we found ourselves $4 million short.
Representative Leonard, can you please keep it to the bill?
Thank you, Madam. I certainly will. Our focus is on the certificates of participation that are clearly outlined in the bill. These certificates are funded with a 2% decrease in 1 year. I think it's been asked before, how do we fund our other years, our other 19 years of certificates of participation? And I think the answer was, well, we're just going to have to find it. The Transportation Commission, is what it says in the bill, is just going to have to find the money inside there to be able to do that. And I think that we deserve a better answer on how the budget works to fund the certificate of participation inside this 267 for $2 billion, and what the debt service is going to be, and how that's going to be funded past the first year. So I would ask if that question could be answered. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 267, the question before us is the passage of Representative Humphrey.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, members. I would draw your attention to page 37, line 4 through 6, where the bill reads, "A hospital shall not include any amount of the health care affordability and sustainability fee as a separate line item in its billing statements." And the argument is often made that that simply cannot be listed because it isn't a bed tax. It is a fee that the hospital pays, but of course we know that that goes to those who are paying the bills, which is the consumer. And so what I think that we should do, the right thing to do actually, is to go ahead and list that amount on a billing statement, as my old friend Representative Janik Joshi used to advocate for. So I move L034 and ask that it would be properly displayed.
L034 has been moved and is properly, well, hang on a second. Properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Humphrey.
Thank you. And what this amendment simply does is scratch that word "not" on line 4, page 37, so that that item would be listed on a billing statement so people can see what that amount is to make a informed decision as a consumer.
All right, Representative Beckman. Madam Majority Leader.
It's not. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. We just went over this entire issue with Representative Beckman. And actually, since the hospitals, rural hospitals actually benefit from paying into the hospital provider fee because they get not only a greater distribution than what they paid in, but also the distribution from the federal government, it would actually show as not a negative, but a positive to the patient. So I don't think it actually achieves what you want at all. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Beckman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, Representative Beckman. It's getting late.
It is getting late. Thank you. I support this amendment. Once again, I think transparency in medical billing is something that is very, very important to our constituencies. And throughout the years, I know there has been just a bitter taste in people's mouth about the not understanding where the 6% comes from. There was a lot of discussion when it was originally implemented that it was a tax and not a fee, because in most other states it is a tax, but because of Tabor it was called a fee. This just takes out a word. They obviously, when they were writing this bill and the original hospital provider fee, wanted to eliminate the opportunity for our constituents that were in the hospital very sick to see on their bill the 6%. This comes from somewhere and consumers pay it. It doesn't just, come from the money tree. I think this is a very honest, open, and transparent way to deal with the hospital provider fee that is placed on, specific things like a hospital overnight stay or an outpatient surgery. They're very dictated what can be, a tax can be on, or the fee can be on. And so I think this is a very clean way to amend the bill to allow for the transparency and clarity that our citizens of Colorado deserve. And I think it'll go a long way with public trust to make sure that they understand where this money is coming from and what the fee is, how much of a fee they are paying for being sick and in the hospital. I urge you to vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a long-standing issue and debate on the hospital provider fee. From the first, the hospitals have been prohibited from actually telling the patients about this, and it is possible to take a portion. When a patient goes to the hospital, they pay on average 1.73 what it costs. And when a Medicaid patient goes, we reimburse the hospitals a lot less. So it is possible to take some of that overpayment and not confuse it with what the federal government gives back, but what's actually collected, used to make these overpayments or to compensate, and to allocate some of that so the patient sees that they're contributing to this fee that ultimately comes back to cover underpayments. So it is possible, and it's been discussed ever since the hospital provider fee came around, and we need to provide this transparency. So I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L0? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I urge a strong yes vote on this amendment. To say that we as a state actually prohibit in statute hospitals from telling their customers how much we tax them or fee them, whatever word you want to use for that, is totally outlandish. The least we can do is actually tell the customers what fee or tax that they are being charged. There was discussion earlier in this debate that somehow this disclosure would hurt rural hospitals. That's outlandish. This wouldn't hurt anyone. This just provides the consumer with the information of what the state is actually doing to them. This is transparency at its best. And all it takes is striking one word. One word. This is the least we can do. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on L034, the question before us is the passage of L034. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No! L034 fails. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 267, one bill.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 267 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1372.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1372.
House Bill 1372 by Representatives Foot and Lebsaw concerning additional disclosures of information by oil and gas operators in connection therewith requiring the disclosure of the location of subsurface facilities and the sharing of oil and natural gas operators' available plans with affected local governments.
Representative Foot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1372 and the Appropriations and Finance Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Foot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee report is an appropriation for the cost that is anticipated for rulemaking as well as IT costs for the implementation of the bill, so we ask for an aye vote.
Is there, seeing no further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Appropriations Committee report passes. Representative Foot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Finance Committee report.
Representative Foot, it's the State Affairs.
I apologize. You're correct. To the State Affairs Committee report, there were a couple of amendments made in the State Affairs Committee. They were more technical amendments. One took out the definition of transmission lines from the applicability of the bill, and the other took out the word shut in because that applies to wells and not to flow lines. And so, again, we ask for an aye vote on the State Affairs Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the State Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the State Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. State Affairs Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Lebsaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This is a fairly straightforward bill. The first thing that we're asking is to the industry, please locate all of your flow lines and gathering lines and share that information with the COGCC, the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. The next step of the bill just simply states COGCC post that someplace where it's accessible online to local governments and citizens. Thirdly, we're asking in the bill, the COGCC promulgated rules in February of 2016 and said that it's a good idea for oil and gas industry to share your plans with municipalities, and we're just simply asking counties. Members, find the lines, document where they are, map them, and make it available for citizens and local government. This is a solid bill, and I ask for a yes vote.
My apologies, Representative Foot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And really, especially regarding the first part of the bill, what this does is it makes sure that the Commission has the authority to do a rulemaking, and the rulemaking involves mapping of these flow lines. This is a public safety issue. Transparency always helps public safety, and we want to make sure that we're not back in this spot a year later with the COGCC not having the authority to map these flow lines after a year of wasted time. We want to make sure that this is done as soon as possible and that the public, local governments, home builders, and other interested parties know where these flow lines are to make sure that we're safe. That's really the bottom line here, and that's why we're asking for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Representative Willett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. You know, this is tough stuff to talk about because we've had some unfortunate events. But I'll tell you, you know, it's not limited to one industry. I've actually handled a lot of cases involving location of everything from electric lines to pipeline, water pipelines to gas pipelines. Even with the best technology, laser finders, there can be lines that are vertically aligned so they unfortunately don't realize one's on top of the other. We had a tragic event in Grand Junction y'all might have heard about where a gas line was severed after a locate was done. Gas ran down, blew up 2 homes CMU students lived in. So my first point is this is tremendously complex and it involves a lot of thought and effort. And I applaud the effort to do some of this. But the second thing that I would point out is that we have the COGCC already. Query if legislation doesn't just interfere with that process that's already being undertaken. The governor has jumped right on this. COGC, Matt Lepore and his group are already starting to do things, and I just learned in studying about this bill there's a thing called risk-based inspections. Well, what does that mean? It means we need to focus on the most risky situations first and make sure we protect our public. By drafting legislation that then requires rulemaking and the whole rule review process, we can unfortunately have the unintended consequences of delay. But I want to say the most important point I want to make up here as a West Slope legislator is the Piceance Basin may have more natural gas than dang near anywhere in the world. They just keep increasing their estimates of how much gas is there by not 10%, not 50%, but by hundreds of percents. It's unbelievable the amount of gas we have there. But guess what? Hardly any of those service lines, well lines, are anywhere close to any occupied buildings. So this bill would require that those operators in western Colorado in the Piceance Basin locate all their lines. They're in the middle of nowhere. Why in the world would, and it just kind of shows by kind of ready, shoot, aim, no offense intended, but when we have things come up at the last minute, we don't even think of the fact that why not do it right? Again, risk-based inspections and procedures from COGCC. I get it. In Weld County and Boulder County and more populous counties where we have intrusion, which actually has happened, where the old saying is moving to the risk, that we need to probably look at some location matters. But this bill is so broadly written, it does nothing but hurt the West Slope, frankly, an already hurting area. So for all those reasons, I urge a no vote on this bill. Let's let the COGC and the governor's office and staff do their job, and we can deal with this in a much more rational and very careful, thoughtful approach. Thank you.
Representative Wist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, first of all, we certainly don't want it to get lost in this debate, the significance of the event that happened on April the 17th and the loss of life of 2 members of our community, and our hearts and our thoughts go out to their families. There is a very detailed process that is presently underway that was triggered with a notice to operators that was effective May the 2nd, and there is a very aggressive timetable of things that are going to be happening over the next 60-day time period. And I just wanted to go through that with you just to share with you the complexity and the breadth of the process that the COGCC is going through. Phase 1 of their process, and this is to be completed by May the 30th, operators are required to reinspect any existing flow lines located within 1,000 feet of a building unit. And they must also provide the following things. And this is a key point for you to remember. As we talk about mapping and locating lines, listen to the detail that the COGCC is going to require by the end of May. They're requiring that all operators provide the location ID number for the associated tank battery, the well API numbers, the GPS location data for endpoints of all flow line risers, and the riser status, whether it's active or scheduled for abandonment. So again, that's by May 30th, a very aggressive schedule. By June 30th, operators are required to ensure and document that all flow lines within 1,000 feet of a building unit have integrity. And additionally, on top of that, operators are required to complete abandonment of any flow line or pipeline not actively operated, regardless of distance to a building unit and regardless of when it was installed or taken out of service. And that's pursuant to Rule 1103 and the statewide NTO. In addition, by June 30th, operators wishing to return any inactive flow line or pipeline to active status must do so prior to June 30th, and only after they do two things. First of all, they have to identify the well API number and tank battery location ID number associated with each line and provide the commission with that location information. And secondly, they have to pressure test the flow line or pipeline as required by 1101E1, regardless of the operating pressure of the line. So this is a lot of detail, and I think that the takeaway for you to evaluate is, are we in the position today to make strategic decisions as a matter of statute, as a matter of law, or should we allow this very aggressive yet detailed schedule and process to happen before we as a body make any decisions regarding what, if anything, in statute we need to do? Now, we had a robust discussion in the State Affairs Committee last week about whether or not the Commission, in fact, has statutory authority to require mapping. I suggest you take a look at the COGCC's website to determine the wealth of information that's already there in terms of mapping for wells. We didn't hear a definitive opinion from the Commission in committee that they lack the statutory authority. And where it's not ambiguous in terms of statutory authority, I'd suggest we exercise caution, that we exercise restraint, that we allow this process to work, and that we allow the experts to provide the advice to this body in terms of whether or not there's anything we need to do in terms of statute. I think the other thing that we have to do in times like this is exercise restraint. I suggest to you that this is a knee-jerk response to a very tragic and yet high-profile event. And members, look carefully at the authority that the Commission has. Look carefully at this bill and determine whether, in fact, you think action is needed at this point. And I think once you do that, you'll reach the conclusion that I've reached in terms of my analysis of this bill, and that is, let's exercise restraint. Vote no on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Leonard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to hear this in committee, and quite a few people testified and on the issue of mapping, to be able to discuss more about having more information, better information, more accurate information, more timely information about what's going on under the surface of the ground and how it relates to, obviously, oil and gas and residential housing. And after a few folks testified and we asked a few questions, I came to realize that not everyone is familiar with land development and how residential land, roads are put in, water sewers put in, and how basically raw land, farmland, ranch land goes from being vacant, cows on it, to being developed where homes and roads and utilities can get put in. So I wanted to be able to show you a little bit about what a plat map looks like. And if you could display, this is a typical plat map. And people talk about, well, I'd like some platting. You know, we need to know these houses are built on top of gas lines, and no one knows where anything is, and we have to find out sooner rather than later. Well, what happens is a local jurisdiction, like a county, if you're an unincorporated area, or if you are incorporated, city council will take a look at a plat map first, and that's coming from a surveyor. And everything you see on there is coming from title commitments. A title commitment tells you of who's got rights on the land. And in there you'll see, we can even zoom up maybe if you want to see some of those easements that are on there. And there's some utility easements, there's some sanitary sewer easements, drainage easements, some non-exclusive easements that'll have cable and TV in it. So mapping is what's important here. And a plat map shows exactly what's going on the ground. Now, many people will say, well, we want a centralized location so that I can be in one city and be able to look and see what's going on in Weld County, but I live in Evergreen. Well, that may be fine and okay, you can do this. I pulled these up in Parker from here, and some are recorded electronically. But if an oil or gas company leases many acres of vacant land, there could be flow lines and gathering lines put on large parcels of land without any mapping put on it. But then when it's sold to be developed, no one buys land without a title commitment. And as soon as the title commitment has one of the exclusions are, hey, if there's anything under the ground here that hasn't been surveyed, then we won't protect you with title insurance. Well, the first thing that any land developer does is goes and gets that title insurance and a surveyor in order to update that. And those lines get mapped on that property before any plat map like that is created. So everyone knows where gas lines are, whether they're related to the development or they're best passing through. We all know that there are some high tension utility lines, electric lines that go through that have nothing to do with the development but are going through, or drainage soils that go through. This is the kind of mapping that's already present everywhere there's development, residential development, commercial development, industrial development. So whenever there's development, no one's getting on a backhoe or in a grader without knowing exactly what's in that land. So that's the issue of mapping. Now, it doesn't mean that that backhoe doesn't go on the easement and sever a line and then there's problems, whether it's a water line, sewer line, or a gas line. That's a different issue. But to say that no one knows what's going on and we need additional mapping because we're in the Wild West and we're building something with no idea what we're building, that's just not true. So anytime you see a subdivision, you see homes, anyone that's got a building permit on it that has platted land, lots, or any kind of streets, roads, utilities, public or private, has a plat map, has title insurance, and has a surveyor that tells you exactly what it is. So if you're looking for mapping, it's already present on plat maps. Thank you.
Representative Covarrubias.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, as an excavator who's been installing this stuff in the ground and utilities in the ground for over 30 years, I'll tell you that they're already mapping it all out. It's all in GIS. You'd have to go way, way back to the 50s in order to look for lines that aren't mapped out. They all are done. We put it in GIS when we close out our packets. It's ridiculous to think that we don't know where these lines are because, first of all, when you accept a project, you have a set of engineering plans that already show the utilities in the ground, all of them, water, sewer, storm, gas, electric, fiber, everything. Then you call your locates. They come out and locate and they paint and put the flags down and every color stands for something different. The gas is yellow, the red's electric, the green is sewer, the blue is water, and the orange is fiber optic. Comcast. Also, the rules say, as an excavator, that you are not allowed to excavate 18 inches either side of the locate lines, so they give you some leeway in there so that you don't hit the lines. Hand dig. At that point, we pothole. So what we do is bring out these giant vac trucks. They spray water into the ground, and they vacuum out the dirt, and they pothole it all, and we verify it with physically seeing the line. You get an actual depth of how deep it is, and then as you pothole all the lines going down the direction of where you're going to be trenching, you make yourself a horizontal map of where all the utilities are and what depths they are so that you don't hit them. If you fall out of these principles of staying 18 inches either side of the locates, that's training on the excavator side, not on the pipeline side. Once you're ready to excavate, you excavate, and every time you get close to your lines within a couple of feet, you pothole again, and you get a shovel and your hands, and you get in there and you dig it and you verify. Constantly verifying the lines as you go. Once you have your trench excavated, every fitting and every piece that you put on that line has a coating on it for the GIS. Everything is mapped out so incredibly well, it's unbelievable. You install your line, have all your fittings in your line, and the code, there's a code bar on the particular piece of pipes. All of it is tracked on your blueprints. It's all tracked in GIS, and you can find it at any time. Along with the lines, there's a little piece of wire. It's called tracer wire. And that is installed 12 inches away from the actual line itself, and that's how they find it with the locators, with the piece of tracer. When you're doing horizontal drilling, when they pull back the pipe, they pull back a huge gauge of tracer wire. That's how it works. Once your utility is in the ground and you have everything finished, you go back, you backfill a layer, and then you put what we call scare tape. And the scare tape is marked with either water, electric, sewer, or gas, or whatever it is. And that tape goes anywhere from 18 inches to 2 feet above the line. So everything that we do as excavators and people who install utilities, there's a lot of safety marks in there before you actually get to the actual line. When these lines get hit, that's on the error of the operator in a lot of cases, or missed locates in a lot of cases. Oftentimes what happens is the locators themselves will go out there and they won't hook up to the tracer line in order to get a good signal to find the end of the gas line or the whole length of it, or electric or fiber or whatever it is. Every single utility has a spot for you to hook up on so that you can get a reading for your machine. After it's finished and you've backfilled and cleaned up, everything on your map in the easements, you measure it, you mark it, you measure it, you mark it. There's no way these high pressure gas lines are not being marked in GIS. You can pull them up on the computers. The locators find it right in their car, right in their pickup truck. All the utility companies can pull them right up on their computers in GIS. Not an issue to find out where these lines are. They don't build homes over the top of high-pressure gas lines. They don't put anything over this stuff, over any of your utilities. They're all bundled up very neatly from transformer to transformer to transformer to switch cabinet. It's a very nice, neat, and clean bundle. Your gas lines 2 feet away from that, everything has a particular depth. Everything has a state standard that has to be followed to the T. And on top of that, your projects get audited. So right when, just in case they might think you haven't installed this correctly, they'll come out and pothole and audit and double check your projects. After it's all completed and you've got everything mapped out off of your blueprints, and your as-built and everything is in, you send it off to GIS, they put it into the computer system, and it's there for everybody to see. Not an issue to find this stuff, ever. The big high-pressure gas mains that we're talking about can be as deep as 10, 12, 14 feet, 20 feet deep sometimes, depending on how much they came back and filled in with the scrapers afterwards. Those lines there are marked every 300 feet. High-pressure gas main, high-pressure gas main, high-pressure gas main, high-pressure gas main. All you got to do is call 811, and they'll come out and paint it, fix it, show you where everything's at, and it don't cost you a dime. So with that, I explained how this whole thing works in a nutshell. Do you want me to keep going? Do you understand that? Can I get an amen?
Representative Gray.
Briefly, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very difficult issue. The reason it came up is because 2 people are dead in our community. Our community. I understand this is a very difficult issue. I understand this bill is not going to settle it. This bill is not going to settle any of the issues that we have been dealing with respect to the intersection between oil and gas and local communities. I absolutely understand that. I understand it's a difficult issue. It's a difficult issue for us to deal with. But it's not one of our partisan political issues. It's not one of our issues that we complain about to each other back and forth and we make whoops about and cheers about and what have you. It's something that in many of our communities, including mine, people have honest to God concerns about. And those concerns are real. And I respect people who think that this bill should pass. I respect people who think that this bill shouldn't pass. What I would ask for in all of this is that those concerns are real. I have stood next to and shared a town hall with the representative whose community has been directly affected by this, and we have talked about these issues, and that's the right thing to do. The wrong thing to do is to say, in the face of people who have lost life and the people who feel like their families are in danger, to say that this is just the same kind of thing that we do around here, that it's a partisan issue that we have around here. We should respect the fact that people have honest to God concerns. If we don't think that this bill is the way to solve those problems, we should work positively towards the solutions that will, but we should respect the idea that there are a good number of Colorado families that right now are particularly concerned about the risk that this provides to their families, and we should work to address them, whether it's through this bill, whether through its executive action, or whether through other cooperative action. We should not act as if this is just the same kind of partisan thing that we always do around here, because it's a deep, deep concern to a great number of families in our communities, and I thank you for your time.
Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm coming to talk about House Bill 1372 in opposition, and that isn't because I don't have compassion for loss of life. That is the most important. But I want to talk to you a little bit about a landowner who has a lot of pipelines across their property. And back in 1992, when we bought the ranch from my dad, there was a CIG line there, an old one. And it's just like Representative Covarrubias told you, every so many hundred of feet, they have high pressure line, it's marked. And that's been there a long time. And then after my late husband and I bought the property from my dad, lo and behold, they wanted to do another line. And they did everything that they could do to be safe, to have it marked. When we have high water, when we have erosion, they come in and they fix it. 2 years ago, we had a baby calf that fell down in a hole on a pipeline. They came and they fixed it. We pulled the calf out and saved the calf. This past couple of years, there was a pipeline called Front Range Pipeline that was put in from the northern part of Colorado across southeast Colorado and went down to Pampa, Texas. That pipeline and that company was the most efficient of anything I've ever seen and watched. It didn't affect me, it was just to the north of me, but oil and gas, when they said they were going to do something, they did it. They adhere to all the rules. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I oppose this bill because of another reason. And right after the primary, I was asked to go tour the XTO lines up above Trinidad. And actually, there have been several explosions of houses in Los Animas County from gas buildup. So this isn't something new. But we don't have to go after oil and gas because we think that that was their problem. They do. It is amazing. I was so impressed with the tour that I did with XTO west of Trinidad, Colorado. And the rules and regs that oil and gas have to adhere to is just amazing. And I admire those people that try to do everything right. But whenever we hear someone like Representative Covarrubias talk about that they do have that, they do have those signs, it is true. And if a cow pushes a sign down, they're there. They fly that every Monday morning, that pipeline, those pipelines. You can see the plane. It's just like clockwork. And last year I had trouble with the erosion, and I made them get there and fix it. And I stayed after them until they did, and they were easy to comply with what I asked for. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill isn't going to bring back loss of life. This is only going to give us more layers of government, more layers of problems here in Colorado for oil and gas. Please vote no, 1372. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar until Tuesday, May 9th at 12:05 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to rise, report progress, beg leave to sit again at 12:05 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise, report progress, and sit, beg leave to sit again.
All the reports.
Words. Lots of words.
I will explain that. Mr. Chair.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you. I'm just going to explain what's going on, which is it's about to be a new day, and so we will restart. We will say the pledge, we will say the morning prayer, and we will start the new day just after midnight. Good morning.
Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to announce that Representative Kraft-Tharp and Representative Landgraf are going to do the pledge, and Representative Michelson-Janae is going to do the prayer to get us all ready for the new day. We ready to go?
I got tears all over my bow tie. No more bow tie. No more bow tie.
Yes, no, there's no bow tie Tuesday.
House will come to order. Mr. Randall, please read the report.
your committee of the whole reports as follows. It has risen, reports progress, and begs leave to sit again on May 9th, 2017 at 12:05 a.m.
All right, the committee will sit again at 12:05 a.m. Assistant Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to adjourn until... Yeah, that's what Marilyn just told me to do.
Jesus.
Assistant Majority Leader Garnett, did you have a motion?
I'll do a motion.
It's 7 minutes away, so we will start again at midnight. Can we just go forward with this?
Okay, sure. Okay.
We'll over the balance calendar to May 11th.
Thank you, Representative Everett, for your very helpful suggestion there, but I'm going to take a pass on that, and I'm going to move to lay over the balance of the calendar until May 9th at 12:03 a.m. 12:05 a.m.
Seeing no objection, that motion stands.
Now we adjourn. I move to adjourn till 12:05 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment.